1 2 check 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 check 1 2 3 check. Welcome or welcome back. I'm your host Michael DiNicola. This is my live art and nonsense stream. If you have any art questions, feel free to throw them right in my face. I'm ready, willing, and able to answer any and all questions. I've got my coffee at the ready. There it is. I've got my art utensil here for the digital art making. Happy Monday, y'all. Happy April. I think I was last here on the 31st, right? What the fuck was that? Wait, did I stream? What day is it? Today's the 4th. Oh, you know, I did stream on the 1st. I streamed on April Fools. I didn't do any pranks, though. Oh, well. Hey, do people still do April Fool's pranks? Nobody pranked me this year. Yes, okay. I'm just checking my Twitter feed. And yeah, wow, look at that. I'm live on Twitter. So strange. Hello, Strike Boy. Hello, Vitamins. Hello, hello, hello. I am a little bit thirsty for water. How was everyone's weekend? What kind of shenanigans did you all get into? Are you guys ready for summer? Are your beach bodies in order? Okay. Enough fuss, enough muss. I have an idea I'm gonna sketch. My Monday has been treating me so far so good. So far so good. As for my weekend, relatively uneventful. I went to the plant store and got myself a couple of new plants. That's kind of the long and short of it. All right. So this piece... Yes, Strike Boy. Strike Boy, do you like plants, buddy? Somewhere during the pandemic, I grew a green thumb, Eric.
Which means what now that we are... Can we call this post-pandemic? No. Are we not out of it yet?
Who even knows anymore?
You get to make that decision, and from you stems the truth.
Well, I think I stopped caring months ago. So
there it is. General apathy. Very
yes, that's right. Yeah. I stopped even paying attention to people wearing masks or not. Some do, some don't. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
You don't care.
I think that's the general consensus from what I've been seeing. It's kind of do whatever you want to do. Most of the restrictions in places around here are long gone. So it's just a personal choice.
How's that feel?
You know, I was never one that I didn't mind wearing the mask.
Right.
I wasn't one of those people.
It
didn't bother me. Wear it, don't wear it. I don't know. It was just a minor inconvenience at best. So
I think it's because you've always had an internal fantasy of being Snake Eyes or Storm Shadow.
You know, that's another thing of it. I did like not showing my face. That was fun.
See?
Yeah.
You didn't have to think about what that you needed to put it on every time you robbed a convenience store.
Yeah, you know what? There was a woman that she unintentionally murdered an elderly woman by pushing her down in the subway station here in New York City, and they caught her. They caught her because her face was on every surveillance camera because it's because you're on the public transit, so there are cameras everywhere.
Sure.
If she'd been wearing a mask, she might have got away with it.
Well, there's a vote. There's a really hardcore vote for mask right there.
So, I'm not saying I'm not saying she deserved to get away with it, but I'm just saying she might have had a better shot if she'd only been wearing a mask.
This is awful messaging for the children in your chat, dude.
Yeah, don't obey the government blindly. Obey them if it benefits you, and that you can commit crimes and not get caught.
There it is.
The more you know.
You should do that. Now you know, star. That's
Yeah. La 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 la. I don't feel like typing it.
It's definitely a Monday.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's too much effort to hit three keys or whatever.
Yeah. I don't want to move my hand all of a foot over to the keyboard. Kennedy, congratulations on another successful campaign.
It's not over yet, buddy.
Yeah, now the logistics
right now.
Leg of the campaign.
Yeah, I still don't like talking about it only because I'm like, whew, we gotta.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, okay? I'm trying to get back in the gym, okay? And these workout sessions are relatively short, maybe in 10-minute sprints, maybe as many as 12, but short in consideration, right?
Yeah.
Especially the cardio portion of it. Now, there's this exercise, and I think you know what it is. It's called box jumps. Have you heard of that before?
Oh, man. Wow. Dude, man, you must have some great fucking knees.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, knock on wood, my knees are holding up okay.
Good for you. Dude, I knew guys in their 20s where their fucking knees were getting out on them.
Well, don't jinx it. Anyway. Here we are, and it's not an official box jump. It's not a 22 or a 24. I can't remember what it is. It's just shy of it, like maybe 18. 18-inch box. That's okay. All right, still considerable, right?
Listen, jumping at all is
it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing.
Not easy.
Right. So it's supposed to be 3 rounds, and at the top of each round is 20 box jumps.
God. Like your heart jump out of your mouth.
Yeah, exactly. You want to talk about like something that'll make your heart rate shoot up.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, what were you talking about before I got into this box jump story? Because I want to be able to relate it back.
Oh, we were talking about Arc Athena, the campaign.
Right. So here it is. here's the analogy, right? I get into the first round. I break it up pretty nice. Again, I'm way out of shape, so I break it up, right? I get into the second round, about 7 in, and I think to myself, motherfucker, we got 13 more in this round and another 20 in the other one.
Aye.
I better stop looking at that clock like it's going to be over sometime soon.
Right.
Know? Because I was timing myself. It was for time, right? And I'm like, I'd better quit looking at that clock like it's going to give me good news. So similar to that, that's how I'm approaching the 6-issue campaign, the 6-book campaign that is Arc Athena. I'm gonna look. You and I are gonna do a postmortem. I guess at this point, mid 2023.
That's fucking wild.
Right? Because we're gonna release 3 books this year.
Yeah.
Right, and then the remaining 2 books, 2023.
Wow. All right. Listen,
So we're gonna be box jumping for a while. So calm your ass down with the whole how do you feel?
Yeah. Just catching your breath.
Listen, this I'll say this: without your help, it'd be that much more arduous. But with you in place, it gives me confidence.
Appreciate your confidence.
I trust you not to fuck this up, Mike. So don't.
I'm doing my best. I'm doing my damnedest.
Now, who knows, right? Like, the war can drop on both yours and my head any second now.
I sure hope not. But you never know.
And me too. Clearly, yeah. Would you have been able to predict that the end of this friggin' pandemic, some guy from Russia would be invading the Ukraine right now?
No.
Like, hey, what's next for us, you think, after a 2-year... Oh, okay. The guy used to take photo ops on a wild stallion with no shirt on. That guy's going to go.
Yeah, there's all kinds of rumors about that guy having a terminal illness and all kinds of crazy things.
Why is it rumored? Is it you think you're just trying to diminish that guy because he's a little bit off his rocker? Or?
Well, I think they are trying to find a reason for why now.
Oh, sure.
And the rumor I had heard was he's been traveling. One of his physicians that's in his, cavalcade of.
I like that word.
Yes, man. One of them apparently is a. What's the word for a cancer doctor?
Get what you mean? Cancer doctor.
Yeah, a cancer doctor. But like a renowned cancer doctor. So they're like, there might actually be something to this. But who knows? You never know, right?
Yeah.
Oncologist, right?
Is that what it is? Is that the proper term? I don't know.
Alexa, what is an oncologist?
Oncologist is a noun meaning a doctor or scientist who specializes in oncology.
Thank you.
You piece of garbage.
She just trolled me.
You garbage virtual assistant.
I just got punked.
All right, best guess is he hasn't checked in a while. Where's John Amort?
Ooh, man, he's
MIA. It makes me afraid for him.
Yeah, it's weird because we'll go from him, like he'll show up in here and in our chat every, multiple times a day, just checking in, and then he'll just disappear.
I wonder what's going on. Well, this is the longest that he's gone, I think. No?
I mean, yeah, it's been many days.
It feels like it. Normally he just says hey and then bounces out, but
all right.
Specific?
I looked it up. Oncology is the study of cancer.
There you go.
There it is. Fucking stupid machine.
That's a punk in you.
Unemployment Gigi says I've been tricked. Who tricked you? I'll tell you one thing that took me by surprise this weekend.
Yeah.
The Will Smith Hollywood blowback.
In what way?
He had several movies and other things with his production studio on the docket. A bunch of pans to the fire. Bad Boys 3 being one of them. There was a Slave movie that was going to happen on Netflix. All of them are being put on, temporary.
Bad Boys 3 came out, man.
Oh, Bad Boys 4 rather. They're all set to be either in pre-production or yada yada yada. But they are currently all on the back burner, perhaps indefinitely.
Maybe you're just trying to see how the dust settles from this whole thing,
I think. I think what happened was, I think a lot of those celebrity dickheads were very quiet because I think they were, like the politicians they are, waiting to see where the wind would blow, and it seems to be turning against Will Smith.
In what way? Has it really?
Yeah. I mean, a bunch of people have. I mean, there are more than a handful of celebrities now that have come out against his actions quite vocally. As well as now it seems the industry is putting all of his, because there's something else that I'm missing. There was Bad Boys, there was a slave movie for Netflix, and there were a couple other things that his production company were working on, and they were all put on ice.
Yes.
SNL was ripping him up. They were doing a bunch of skits, the opening monologue, their little news sketch that they do, Weekend Update. They're all having a piece of.
Turn on him. SNL makes fun of everybody, right?
Well, SNL, man. SNL hasn't been funny in at least a decade now. But no, listen. I was fully expecting Hollywood to go full Hollywood and not tear down one of their own. Also, he's of a protected class, right? We know how that goes sometimes. So I truly did not see this coming. I thought he was just going to get a pass.
No. Oh, I couldn't have predicted, but I hoped that he wouldn't.
I mean, obviously.
I mean, we're what do you call it? We're assuming a lot it wasn't staged, and we're saying that we're not, right? Or that it wasn't.
Yeah, just based on all this stuff that's happening, within the last few days. I mean, it seems like it's actively being quite detrimental to his career. What good is an Oscar if people won't actually make your damn movies because you're a pariah?
Yeah. What was the best? I don't know, man. Like, if it is real, let's assume for a minute that it's real, right?
Yeah.
Let's premise for a moment that it's real, okay? What was the best case scenario there, dude? What did you think you were going to accomplish? To which somebody would say, I don't think he was thinking.
No, I don't think he was thinking either.
Much thought was put into it.
I also don't think it has anything to do with that damn joke. That stupid joke. Forgettable joke.
I didn't even hear it. I didn't listen to it. I think when it happened, the entire internet / Twitter exploded, and it was all I could do not to, like, any time that I saw anything about it, I would just immediately, okay, I can't read this shit.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Hi, guys.
It's been annoying. Hello, Nicole Gonzalez.
Hello, Michael DiNicola.
Welcome back, my lovely Mexican Puerto Rican friend.
Are you that combo, Nikki?
Yes, I am.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, she's the combination of a Mexican making love to a Puerto Rican, which I didn't think could happen.
Which is which, your mother or your dad?
But what was that question? Sorry.
Which is which?
Dad is Mexican, mom is Puerto Rican.
Good for him. You'd assume she'd know better.
They both should have assumed. I have arguments in the mirror every day.
Oh, man.
How's it going? Happy 54 months, Mikey Chan.
Happy 54 months, Nicole Gonzalez. What did you get into this weekend?
What did I do? I finally watched all Lethal Weapon movies.
You did?
Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen them before. Maddie has me on like homework with our group, and I'm like, there's movies I've never seen, and they're just like, what do you mean? And I'm like, let's just create a channel, and you guys tell me what to watch.
Nikki is getting too old for this shit, Riggs.
What'd you think?
I liked them. I thought they were really funny.
Until
and
Jet Li showed up.
What?
Do they hold up?
Up until Jet Li showed up, that was an awful interpretation. When Jet Li showed up, I was like, oh, they're at the tail end of this franchise,
Yeah. Hey, vitamins.
Kind of like watching all the diehards.
Yeah, I've seen the first one multiple times. Only maybe I think I actually saw it like 4 years ago. As far as the first time, Joe was like, "Wait, you've never seen Die Hard?" And I was like, "No." So he was like, "We need to watch it," and it was during the holidays. So
of course, it's a Christmas movie.
Yeah. Also, I think I'm gonna start watching Lethal Weapon 1 on Christmas, like during Christmas too, because when I first started it, I wasn't expecting a Christmas song, and I was like, "Wait, is this happening during Christmas too?" And Joe's like, "Yeah," and I was like, okay."
Hey, Bard
I think it was because, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody can look this up and fact check it, but I think it was because it was released around the holidays, in that holiday lull.
Okay.
Die Hard?
Die Hard, Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon.
I might be wrong. I think
I remember Mel Gibson. Did Mel Gibson tackle a criminal in a Christmas tree?
In Christmas Tree Lot, yeah.
Lot, yeah.
Because because the what do you call it? The operation went.
The
went down.
operation. He was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the whole crazy thing. Oh my God, Joe Pesci's character had me fucking dying. So
He's
now
great.
when I'm in the kitchen and Joe and I are talking, I'm like, okay. I was just laughing so hard at this, and I was like, why did it take me so long to see these? I really enjoyed it to a point where I could easily watch it again for sure.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
Rare you can ever run into movies these days.
Man, I don't know. The list goes on and on, man. They have me going in with a whole bunch of different things. The channel is literally called the movies Nikki needs to watch.
Yeah.
Wow.
No word. That's a good channel. What's up next? What's on the to do?
I don't know. They wanted me to watch Princess Bride, but it looks too. Even
You
Joe's like,
shut
I don't
your
think you're
filthy mouth. You need to watch Princess Bride.
I wonder. I do
Joe
wonder.
said I wasn't
Filthy
gonna like it.
Mexican Puerto Rican mouth. You're gonna fucking watch Princess Bride. That's so good.
I wonder if she'll like it. I wonder how much
How
of that
come?
is. I wonder how much of that is this. I often wonder how much of the movies I enjoy that came out when I was young is nostalgia, or like, because I try to watch. I told you a handful of years ago I watched Batman and Batman Returns, and I honestly, as an adult, did not like them. I like them as from a nostalgia standpoint, but as movies, I did not.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think there are more movies out there that hold up to not just being a good movie, but also from nostalgia, right? Like Batman and Batman Returns end up automatically dating themselves just because of the nature of what they're being contrasted to now.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
And especially the kind of storytelling that they were doing back then. It was a little bit more campy. It was a little bit like take it less seriously. Joker pulling like a fucking, cannon out of his pants to shoot down the bat, the bat plane or whatever.
Yeah,
and it's like, I get it, So I understand why it kind of doesn't hold up. And of course, the analog nature of everything. I just watched it 2 weeks ago. And I was like, whoa, everything around here looks super practical as far as like effects are concerned. They still built a car. They still, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, yeah, okay, I can see that. But Princess Bride is
Princess Bride is special.
Yeah, it's one of those movies where you go, oh, that's pretty dang timeless.
I sure hope so.
You know what you can't watch again is Labyrinth. You can't watch Labyrinth again.
I've never seen that either.
It's a thing, Nikki, where you kind of have an affinity for it when you first see it, right?
Oh no.
And then in your more mature mind, it has little to do with nostalgia, but your mind has matured so much where you're like, this is dumb. This would not happen, like, you know what I mean? Like there's too many things working against it at that point. When you're a kid, you let things happen. You're just like, oh, there's a goblin king and he shows up and steals a baby.
Yeah, okay.
Is that like little Jennifer Connelly? Is that Labyrinth?
He's super young, Jennifer Connelly. My wife told me a bunch of factoids because she looked it up. She said she was all of 16 in that movie, I think.
Yeah, wow.
Super young Jennifer Connelly, And then through the magic of the Jim Henson puppeteers, that's how you see a lot of those things happening on screen. But if you're not into any of that, don't watch Labyrinth. It's kooky because right in the middle of it, Bowie starts singing. And there's
Joe was saying like, don't watch it because of his pants, and I'm like, I don't know what that means, but okay.
No. He has like the Excalibur of friggin' bulges in that movie.
Oh man.
But go watch Princess Bride. Princess Bride will hold up.
Okay. Well, they put so much in this channel. I think I have to create a spreadsheet because I can't keep scrolling. So I'm like, all right.
Is there one that caught your eye where it made you go, "Hey, I've been meaning to see that," or I've been always interested in seeing that?
Let's see. Spaceballs.
So you've never seen Spaceballs?
No, I've never seen Spaceballs.
Have you ever seen any of the Star Wars movies at all, especially the original?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes,
that's why it'll land.
My cousins are big fans, so growing up I watched a lot of that with them. I don't remember a lot, but
The reason why I ask is that's why Spaceballs will land better, is if you've seen the Star Wars.
Oh,
Right.
got it. Maddie, I'm telling them that we're going through the homework you guys gave me, and I'm like, I gotta create a fucking spreadsheet.
Has she
There are
watched?
so many more. We've just kind of touched the surface, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
But it's great. You're gonna get caught up. Your brain's gonna get so much bigger.
Yeah,
You're gonna be-
yeah.
And I will agree, you
becoming
you
more
have to
cultured than you already are. So
you have to watch the first Star Wars at a minimum to understand Spaceballs at all.
yes.
Yeah, it's been a while, so maybe I'll watch it again just as a refresher with Joe, because he loves Star Wars as well. But
Hey,
besides doing, Mel Gibson was hot though. I was like, oh man, I didn't realize he looked this good that young.
You know who was hot? The
Why do you
girl,
think he became so popular?
the South African girl in Lethal Weapon 2.
Yeah, she is. Was she actually South African though, or was she a British actress?
I have no idea.
Oh, what's her name? Like Rika or something?
Hey, can you know that was the first time I heard the probably can't say the word, the K word that they use there. It's like our equivalent of the
Yes.
N word.
Yes.
See,
That's really pretty.
I would casually say that word when I was younger because it means nothing over here, right?
Right.
But I said
Now,
that.
had you said it before?
I said that for no, that was influenced by movies and TV. But I did ended up saying it around a South African dude, and he looked mortified.
Whoa.
No, he
used
wasn't.
to-
He was white. He was a white South African, so it was fine.
Yeah.
But
Damn colonizers.
it was really funny to see his reaction, because I would wager a guess that the vast majority of Americans don't know that K word, don't know how to spell it, don't know.
Right.
So you could probably just use that as your name at Starbucks, and people probably wouldn't bat an eye. But
That's what they
Interesting.
do.
If you like wrote it, yeah, but what if you wrote it on your cup and you get the one South African barista who's just like, the fuck?
which in South Africa, that would be the equivalent of you going to Starbucks and giving them the N word with the hard R as your name
Uh-huh.
on a cup.
Yeah, basically.
So Nikki, go do that.
Let me see.
We're gonna do a
Or-
jackass.
No.
Nikki, don't do that.
We're gonna do a jackass. No, you do
I
it.
suggesting
My name is-
freaking movies to Nikki, and Mike is like, go do the thing that'll get you beat
Yeah.
up.
I can see it working. If she's like, hi, I'm Nikki, and we're ordering some coffee. And then like, Jicky, yeah, I don't know where that came from. I'm very tired today.
Hi, I'm Jinky, and this is Jackass.
And
I'm-
this is
you know what?
D.
You gotta
Nicole.
You gotta have that stage name. You're now Jicky.
Yeah, Chicky, here we go.
Due to my speech impediments, that's your new name.
So,
What's on that list? Tell me the
oh
top
my god,
three.
there's so many. Oh my. All right.
Well, you
I'll
said
try to
Princess
go
Bride you've never seen, which is great.
The Shining, Chef.
Oh my
Which
god.
one?
Hey,
The Shining you've
The
never
Shining
seen?
is
listen,
that
it got
No,
boring
you-
to me.
you guys-
I turned it off
You
midway.
guys
man.
don't understand the amount of
Oh,
random,
this is
like
Listen,
tough.
the
let
amount
me
of
go down the list. That
the
they
amount
gave
of
me.
movies
Okay,
in
go.
just the pop culture
Alright.
culture ether she has not seen is gonna shock you.
All right, shut
Okay,
up.
let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Shining, Chef, Hey Paul, Unforgiven, Once Upon a Time in the West, Baby Driver, Chinatown, Terminator 2, Usual Suspects, Baby Driver. Oh no, that was a comment.
You haven't seen Usual. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Police Academy, Black Dynamite, Punch Drunk
You haven't
Love,
seen Police
District
Academy? It's not 'cause I
9,
jacked up Police Academy.
48 Hours, Small Town Crime, The Big Lebowski, Pitch Black, Super 8, Fight Club, The Green Book, A History of Violence,
Oh,
Taken.
stop! You're breaking my heart.
There's so much more.
Oh my gosh.
The
No,
list
stop
is
it.
at this point
I'm
in
not
the
gonna-
hundreds.
Yeah, they're
You know
like
what? I
Nikki needs
used
the
to
top
not-
100.
I used to not like The Big Lebowski, or I didn't find it as entertaining as everybody did, and I went on Twitter and actually said that. This was decades ago. But people jumped down my throat, man.
Mhm.
Even though I gave my appreciation for a bunch of the Coen Brothers movies, when I said, "Oh, I don't understand the fascination with Big Lebowski," and people were really up in arms about it. And then I watched it much later on in life, where the frequency or whatever broadcast signal of that movie seems to impact people, and I got it. I was like, "Yeah, it's a fun movie, kooky movie."
It is. Yeah, it's definitely a movie that I would recommend for older people.
Mm.
Not old, but older, and you have to. It's just one of those things. The dialogue is where it's at in that one. I love that movie. John Goodman's the best in that movie.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Let's not forget Steve Buscemi.
Oh, poor Or Lonnie, you see what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass? This is what happens. You wouldn't know that quote, Nikki.
All right.
You'd never seen. Wait, the other one is you'd never seen Fight Club before.
You know, I feel like I've seen bits and pieces of it, but not like as a full film. So I say no. And like they were like, so within here they they have movies on there that I'm leaving an emoji of a check mark on that I have seen. So I'm like, oh, okay, I feel pretty good about myself. And then they just kept throwing it, and I was like, not anymore.
Well, yeah, here's the thing: if you found Mel Gibson attractive, there's a scene in Fight Club by which Brad Pitt takes off his shirt before he gets to the position of doing whatever he does. And when I was watching that in the theater, there was an recognizable and phenomenal gasp from all the women in the audience.
I mean, he is shredded lettuce in that movie, though. Like, he's got 17 abs.
Yes. It's insane. He's got like a 10-pack. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all muscle.
All
He's
the
got
way
like
down.
0.5% body fat in that movie.
Yes.
And it's not like disgusting Christian Bale, where he just went like thin and emaciated. Like, Brad Pitt's actually worked out during this one.
Yeah.
I like
he looks
Brad
great.
Pitt, though.
He looks great.
I want to see his new one. What is it? Bullet Train or some shit? Speed Train?
Oh, I think it's called Bullet Train. I'm interested.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
So, besides me getting into Lethal Weapon,
Great movie.
not much, to be honest. I've been working on groceries and decluttering my closet because I don't have clothes anymore, to be quite honest. Nothing fits. So I went to the store today to try on some stuff and found one shirt. Go figure. The size that I am now, I can barely find. But the size I was before, they're all over. And I'm like, that makes sense.
That's a problem to have, right?
She used to be tent sized, so they're easy to grab. Say, she walked into the store and she'd be like, "Oh, Miss Gonzalez, your usual tarp?" And Nikki said, "You know it," and she give him finger guns.
I'll take the flannel today.
I do have the manager there knows me very well, and then she goes, "You look like you're on a mission." I was like, "You have no idea." I go, "I have to come back here again in like a month or two because my doctor said don't shop now. Wait 2 more months because I'm gonna keep going." And I'm like, I don't know what else to do. I've got no clothes, so I'm here to find like one shirt or something. And I was successful to date, and I'm gonna call it. You know, that's about it.
I was gonna do a Blues Brothers quote, but I just assume you haven't seen it.
I think I saw it when I was like a kid, so I don't like count those. You know what I mean? Like how they told me like watch all the Godfathers, and I was like, see, I saw it when I was so small that it doesn't count because I don't have any memory except for the guy so like this.
Yeah, a lot of movies you really gotta watch as an adult too. Like there's a lot of movies.
Dude, I watched The Godfather in my early 20s, like late teens, and I didn't get it. I was like, this. I don't get why people love this movie.
It's definitely old cinema. The first one is good. Yeah. The second one is good. The third one is terrible. However, I guess they released a recut edition by Francis Ford Coppola himself that I haven't watched yet, but I've always hated the third one, so. Much like Blade 3. Godfather 3 and Blade 3. Both pieces of shit.
All written by Coppola.
I mean, who loves the ending of a mafia...
Including Blade 3.
Yeah, Blade, he wrote that one. You know,
it is to say that I'm very jealous of you, Nikki, that you're getting an opportunity to see some of these movies for the very first time. And also because of your weight loss, but primarily because of these fucking movies.
Hey, thanks.
Oh my god. For me to have you seen Seven yet?
Ooh, that's one of my all-time fucking favorites.
Hey,
so here's
if you guys like that movie,
Seven for the first time again, knowing what I know of Seven now.
Yeah.
Ow.
What's in the box?
We just reviewed it on the podcast, and I just posted the episode to YouTube for it was Seven and Shutter Island.
Shutter Island. Right. I'm trying to remember. Shutter
Yeah,
Island.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Yes. But that's what do you call it? I almost said Coppola film, but it's not.
Scorsese.
It's Scorsese film. Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the problem with it.
Weird for a Scorsese film.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is like as he went through that movie, you could tell he wasn't familiar with horror like at all. So the movie really does feel like 4 different genres in one because his tonnage is so just off because he's not used to doing that sort of film. But still, I still like that movie.
Yeah, I mean, I watched it easily half a dozen times, maybe more, and at no point did I go like, "Oh, this is a dumb one," you know?
Yeah, the wife.
What's a dumb Scorsese movie?
Scorsese, you retard! This movie is shit.
Oh Lord.
Does he have one? I mean.
think he may. Hold on. I'm going to look up his list. I
Was
know
he
there
the
was
one
one
that
where I was
made
like, that's
that,
uncharacteristic.
Who made that, the last Civil War one, or the last duel?
Oh, no, that was Ridley Scott.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Which-
he was the one bitching about millennials because they didn't want to watch blonde Ben
Yeah,
Affleck
he's like
or something.
90 years old.
Yeah, well, that's the same problem
Yeah.
with Scorsese and his
He-
opinion on
he said-
comic book
yeah, he
movies.
said
It's
the
not
same thing.
cinema.
It's not
It's
cinema.
not cinema.
Bitch, those movies are the only reason why the fucking cinema is still even around. For you to make your
basically-
fucking
Whoa,
Like
highfalutin
the
Holy
theaters,
fucking
the
hell.
theaters still exist for big budget comic book movies. That's about like the theaters aren't there for fucking indie films.
No,
You're tough, Mike. You're tough because you love your superheroes.
I do.
Well, I think his point of view is from an old school stance of like cinema is supposed to be drama and angles and filters and not green screen, and it's like we get it, but when you went to the theater, you used to buy a ticket to the theater, not a ticket to the movie. That's how long ago you grew up with movies. Like if you there's no theater, I don't think anywhere where you just
Popcorn
buy a
doesn't
ticket
taste-
to get
doesn't-
into the theater.
Popcorn doesn't cost 25 cents anymore.
Right. I'd
What's
like
that voice?
I'd like a popcorn and a soda, please. Here's a quarter.
Why is one a carnival barker and the other one's like a prospector? You know, you
After a
guys do
certain
both.
year, they're all carnival guys, in my opinion. And
They're all
like
prospectors.
men, women, children all walk. Hello, mother. Good morning, son. Let me give you a hug. Like that's how they all talk.
Oh my gosh, there's so many bad movies. I just realized. Oh, I didn't care for that one. I didn't
Which one?
care for that one either. There's Last Temptation of Christ. If you've never seen it before.
Yeah, I didn't put that one on there.
Is that the Mel
There was a
Gibson
lot
one?
of there was a lot of vet. No, that's Passion of the Christ. Which, by
Oh.
the way, I understand the movie is
Oh.
essentially Jesus being beaten to death for 2.5 hours.
Was
but
Jim Caviezel Jesus in that
cinematography-wise-
one?
Yes, he was.
Yes, he
Yeah.
was Christ.
Yeah,
Great.
he
But in
was
this
the
one,
old-
it's
Christ this time?
Hobgoblin.
Willem Dafoe.
I was good.
Willem Dafoe.
Yeah.
Say
it's
James
Christ.
Franco?
That's the Green Goblin.
Green Goblin. Excuse me. Kundun.
God.
If you've never seen that before,
What
that
movie?
was awful.
What movie?
No,
Kundun.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, see? Not many of you do. I rented it thinking it was going to be like an action adventure thing from Blockbuster. Went back and was like, this is bad.
Does anyone
Yeah.
watch the Halo show? I've seen clips and it looks beyond terrible.
No, I don't like the way Master Chief's face looks like.
Dude, they do first person segments like legitimately in the action
So
sequence.
dumb.
And
Oh,
do you remember
boy.
how bad it looked
What are you
when
gonna do?
Doom did it with The Rock?
With the Rock. Yeah, no, don't.
It looks
do
worse
that.
than that because it's all CG. It's 100% CG.
What was the purpose of having it go into first person?
Because it's a
Yeah,
first
because-
person shooter, man. We didn't watch the games or pay attention to lore, but here's a shitty action scene where the gun moves around like it doesn't move around in any single first person shooter ever.
Why would they cut to that? Why is that? Like,
Hey, Steph.
It's just talking heads is the problem. It's people who don't understand
David
the source
Byrne?
material that look, CBS, man.
And the days go by, and my first person.
That's what you get when you get a CBS Halo show.
See,
what it is.
Paramount Plus. How
Departed
dare
was
you?
good, right? Departed.
Doesn't
Aviator,
CBS
those
own
are good.
Paramount?
Yeah, I think CBS, Viacom, Paramount, they're all one damn. I think they're all under one umbrella.
It might as well be on Channel 2 at 9 p.m. It's that terrible looking.
God.
So
damn.
Joe watches it and he
Old
said it's
Joe.
really good, and he said that it's like the way, what did you say, the noises weren't as cheesy as Dune. So I know you guys saw that, so there's your comparison for that shit.
Dune or
Like
Doom?
he
'Cause
liked
Dune
liked
is the
Halo
first
more than he liked Dune.
one. Yeah, that.
Did he just say
Doom.
that?
Doom.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I will put it this
Almost,
way.
it was
Whoa, they were
almost a
about to go
riot
after
in
you
here,
for-
Nikki.
The soundtrack better be better than Doom. It's like 15 years later, and it's still. I don't know. I also don't like the fact that they got Halo Chief walking around without his fucking helmet.
I don't like that either.
Like I get it, the actors have egos, and just like the guy from Mandalorian, his face has to be shown because he's the star. But how about go fuck yourself?
Yeah, how about go fuck yourself is also a reasonable response that I concur with.
Yes, I concur. We'll write it in
I
an email.
second that.
I missed what Joe said. What did he say after when you told him we were about to jump all over him for Dune?
Nothing important.
He was just like, no. Like he was just like
Yeah.
Dune is much better.
He back- straight,
He backed
stupid.
out of the room and he never broke eye contact with you guys.
That was
He's
it.
my own-
Make
worried
sure I
about
said
getting-
it right.
doesn't wanna
Doom
be audited.
enunciate.
I just said I like the show. Please stop it.
Yeah.
He's gonna start sucking on Nikki's toes to show dominance.
You're fucking nasty. Ugh, I'm disappearing again. He's watching Picard too.
How's
you know,
that?
I had interest in that show.
Joe,
But
how's
it's really
Picard?
political, and I was like, meh.
He's the biggest nerd I've met
What did
in
you
my
say?
life, and then I met you guys who
What do you say? I'm getting goosebumps. What do you say?
Goosebumps. He said he also likes that.
It's called Goose Pimple. I don't know anybody that actually calls it that. Is it too political though?
Matt wants to know, is it too political? No.
Okay. I've heard the first season was heavily into that.
Oh, second season a touch, but nothing crazy.
Hey, ask
Okay.
Joe if Matt and I can come over and play with his swords.
Fuck yeah.
Mike wants to know if Matt and Mike, when he wants to fly here, because you know that's gonna happen.
I'll walk.
Can they play with your swords?
Fuck yeah. He's invited
First of
too.
all, this Joe, he has swords?
He's got a whole wall of swords. He's got a wall of lightsabers.
Stay with that man forever.
The lightsabers, babe. What are they? Are they like what? I don't know what kind they are.
They're the Force FX ones.
Ooh, fancy.
Mike
The
said,
fact that Mike
"Ooh."
knew what that was.
Yeah, the fact. And then Eric Nutty said, "Stay with that man forever." He's the one that I have the book for. Well, I have all their art stuff in that. And
I'm the
yeah,
good
he
one.
had those swords, and I was like, he's got a sword wall. Yeah, axes, throwing stars,
Never,
throwing
leave,
knives.
never leave that dude. I don't care how tough it gets.
Dude, throwing axes is a hell of a lot of fun too.
I've seen too many
They
of
were-
those things rebound at
I thought
people.
I'm gonna have to send Mike a
They
photo.
do.
What'd you say?
If you're at a good place that does it, you'll be a decent distance away.
Okay.
If you're good at it, they don't rebound at you. You actually stick them. But you can get a bad hit, and those fuckers come flying at you. It's all part of the fun, dude. Dodging death, throwing axes.
You had one version of intent when you threw it, and you had another one as it comes careening back at you.
Yeah, basically it goes from like, I hope I get a bullseye to like, get out of the way! Like pushing the wife over.
Missed it.
It's coming back, Alice. We're gonna step into the world of Grand Theft Auto Online this week on the stream.
Who's we?
Alex and I.
Hmm.
Man with two brains. I'm also got a Nikki. Oh man, I gotta show it to you. Remember I was telling you how I was gonna do that thing with the wrestling kind of promo video thing?
Ooh, I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye, Eric. Sorry, I got sucked into Target. They make, oh my god, Favorite Day makes non-dairy ice cream, and I'm losing my shit right now. Strawberry fudge, caramel brownie, vanilla cake and cookie dough, peanut butter chocolate.
I guess my question is, what do you have to do to it to make it ice cream if it's a non-dairy? Like,
Yeah.
Probably use like coconut milk or something, or almond milk. I don't know.
mm,
This one's made with almond milk. I don't really like almond milk.
Almond milk is a little too weak for me.
it is. It's almost like drinking like, it's like skim milk mixed with
Yeah.
like after cereal milk flavor.
Yeah.
That's such a good comparison.
Yeah, I much prefer, my favorite of that lot is oat milk is the thickest and creamiest
oat
I've
milk.
found.
My favorite?
Your favorite.
Chocolate milk.
I love chocolate milk too, but still.
I used to be
Yeah.
a big milk drinker, and then I just stopped. And like, I tried to have a cup of milk with breakfast the other day, and it was just like, man, I don't want
Dude, I
this.
fucking love milk. Well, I drink Fairlife now, so I can't drink any other milk like straight out of the fucking carton.
What's Fairlife?
It's
a
like
protein.
high in protein, low in sugar. and
Ooh.
carbs.
It's a healthier version of like chocolate milk, so like you don't feel as guilty. And
Oh,
you
healthy
don't die.
chocolate
The chocolate milk. Well, I don't drink the chocolate milk. I think it tastes nasty. The chocolate
Nasty.
protein shake is different. That tastes
Well,
really good.
that's what I've got, the chocolate protein. I mean, they taste really good, and for the little bottle, you get 30 grams of protein, so it's pretty
It's
efficient.
just so teeny. I wish they made the regular chocolate milk taste like the protein shake because that's delicious. But the strawberry milk's not that bad either.
Nikki, if you ever get alopecia, can we tease you about it or no?
I mean, are we playing golf? Is it
I
Friday?
mean, I'll
Are we
probably like
drinking?
rock it and not be a bitch about it. So yeah, sure, whatever.
What
How many-
he's saying is, if he's playing golf, could he go, this damn bald jicky is at it again?
That sounds like
Mhm.
almost
Chicky.
sounds like a slur.
A little bit. I might get banned for. I gotta watch that on your channel. I want you to get
Did you
banned for
hear what he
Jiggy.
called her?
Holy shit! This must be one of those new white power words they made up in their basement. It's
Yeah, it's like the
no,
OK symbol.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Jesus.
I'm A-OK.
Yeah.
White supremacist. I knew it.
That
Klansman
came
this
out,
whole
it's
time.
like every celebrity ever is a white supremacist.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
like every one of them's always done it at some
Yeah,
point.
yeah. You see a little
Why?
kid at a little league game, give his dad the
Yeah,
OK
yeah.
symbol. Oh, fucking this little kid's a Klansman, baby Klansman over
This-
here.
This white power in these children disgusts me. What is wrong with this town? I guess if you're one of the type that'll believe that, you'll also believe that Jesse Smollett was attacked by white power people.
Oh man, oh Jesse
Chicago.
Schmouye.
Smollett.
God, I love that bit. That Dave Chappelle bit is, I mean, it,
Oh,
it, it aged like wine too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and like that's the whole thing. Is like I really wish it had been Dave Chappelle on that stage at the Oscars just to see the fist fight that ensued.
God, the breakdown. His
Chappelle
impersonation
would've
of the
beat the
cop
shit
taking
out
that
of him.
report. Mhm,
So,
2 a.m.
Mr. Chappelle? Yeah,
2
right.
a.m.
Mr. Chappelle did what
ne-
to Mr. Smith after he struck him?
Hmm.
I beat his ass. He has to go into full Rick James mode while he's doing it, though.
Mr. Schmouye. Chicago,
why do you
yeah.
why do you still have the noose around your neck, sir?
Yeah.
You're in
2
your
a.m.
apartment.
You're going to a Subway. Sandwiches.
Ah, for one thing, who eats? I don't know anybody who actually eats Subway. Like, I
Yeah.
find it gross. Most people I
Yeah.
know stopped eating it after Jared started diddling children. So
Yeah.
I don't know, like, why? You're a celebrity. You can't order food from somewhere nice. You're going to Subway. Yeah. Wasn't a Quiznos or
Yeah.
something?
MAGA hat in Chicago.
Let me tell you, I live in Chicago, and especially in the downtown, mainly Democratic area. There's nothing but MAGA hats roaming around. there.
MAGA
It's
hats.
basically like out of the Warriors. They got their own gang.
Yeah, no, it's insane. MAGA
Excuse
hat
me.
in Chicago, 2 a.m. He's going for a walk to Subway sandwiches.
In the winter,
In the winter,
Like-
it's like negative
like-
12 degrees outside.
like literally, the story is supposed to be he was just going to Subway, and two
Yeah.
random MAGA hat wearing racists were at 2 a.m. in the winter outside, just ready to accost him.
Yeah, just as the MAGA hats do, just cruise down, fucking.
We were just sitting in our pickup truck listening to Bob Seger, and we saw your black ass. Okay.
Yeah, you know,
Fucking bread is
They're-
called Mountain White.
they're walking down
What?
South Shore Drive in their MAGA hats as they do.
Yeah, we were just over on whatever. You know, and the other thing is, he was like in a nice area, and then I've also seen videos of like people trying to use Chicago as like a clickbait. Like I saw this video of this dude walking downtown at like 8 o'clock at night in a nice area, and he's like, "I gotta be honest, I'm not really feeling safe out here." And it's like, really?
Dude, there's so many fucking places in major cities in America where, you know what, you probably won't feel safe. And you know what? You probably aren't. But that's just not a Chicago thing. Dude, there's
I mean,
so many
you're never
areas in New York.
entirely safe
Dude,
anywhere.
dude, if I picked you up in my car and I dropped you off in Brownsville or East New York and I just left, good fucking luck, man. Good fucking luck to you. Godspeed. I hope you've been doing your cardio.
Shit, fuck cardio. I hope you can get on that bus. I mean,
Right.
treat the buses and trains as like home base, and you're playing a very deadly game of hide and seek.
Dude, there would be times where I'd be on my skateboard and I had this kind of like it wasn't fully a longboard because longboards are embarrassing, but it was kind of like it was a cross between like a longboard and like kind of it was a cruiser, right? So it was just a pinch, maybe like an inch bigger than like a trick deck. And it was kind of looked like old school skateboards for like from those dudes in the 60s that would wear like Converse
Yeah, back
shoes.
when they were shaved down surfboards.
Right. Yeah. It looked like not that big, but yeah. So like I had big fat wheels, and I swear, man, I could go about as fast as a bike on that thing. I remember there was a few times where I just, you just keep, you're riding around, and then you realize like, oh fuck, I'm in the wrong area right now.
Yeah, I'm no longer in my hood.
Right. And then I remember distinctly having the thought, I better not fall off this thing. Because like right now, if I could keep up the pace, I'm like a bicycle. And if anybody wants to chase me, they're going to have to sprint.
There are neighborhoods on the south side that I go into that if it is after dark, I don't stop at red lights.
Well, dude, I was in Detroit once, and some blocks, the only way you were going to be able to get down or through that block is through people. I'd never seen it before. There were crowds of people in the streets not letting cars just go by.
Were they like protests or just for no reason?
No. This is the middle of the night. So I'm assuming it was mostly people that I mean, I don't know. I didn't drive down that street.
Some of those areas though, like clubs will let out. You'll have the entire fucking club in the streets.
No. This is a residential. I say.
Well, this was just the neighborhoods taking the block back.
Yeah, it was weird, man. It was real weird.
Well, it's also always fun to like be on a train and then have somebody pull out a knife and say they'll stab everybody on the fucking train, and then you're sitting there and you're trying to play it cool with your headphones on, and the whole time you've got your knife in your hand in your pocket.
It's Nikki's favorite.
No, it's wild fucking west out there, and that's, as you said, that's every major metropolis city.
Yeah, no, they're
L.A., New York, Chicago, Washington, British Columbia, Washington area.
You think there isn't a place in L.A., either Skid Row or
Well, most of South Central is pretty volatile
South Central
right now.
still?
Currently, there's gang wars between the Latino gangs and the black gangs.
I believe
Latino gangs are wiping out the black gangs as far as it's basically like it's almost like gang genocide right now. I know it's an odd term, but
Nikki loves it. Nikki lives for it.
oh, she's got her Boricuan pocket knife, and
She still
she's
has
got
her.
she's got a cup of espresso.
She still has her Latin Kings tattoo.
Shut up. That's just on sale, by the way, at Target.
He's over here. She's got her thermal cup, sipping on her George Clooney iced coffee. We're getting ready to shank a bitch.
Listen, only the top two buttons of Nikki's flannel are buttoned up.
Any more than that, you got problems.
Yeah, man.
The black and white flannel on top of it, like the only flannel that doesn't make any sense because it doesn't blend into anything in nature, except snow. But there's no black in snow. I always found the concept of snow camo kind of funny.
Snow camo.
Yeah, I mean it's just white. Like,
Right.
call it white.
Wait, so Nikki, you don't watch the shows with Joe? Joe Shosh?
No, he usually watches. I feel like I would have to like watch everything beforehand to understand what he's watching.
Mm.
And so that's just kind of like his time. I have my time, and then we do our date night on Thursdays.
Well,
Does he watch the Orville?
Yes, I actually watched that with him. That's a really funny show. Is that Clever coming back? Because I missed it.
April 22nd on Hulu.
how many seasons is that?
Yep. That's that Seth MacFarlane Star Trek comedy show.
Yeah, how many seasons is that?
It's going, their third one comes out April 22nd. So it was on Fox, got canceled on Fox, and then picked up on Hulu, and this is the first season going to Hulu.
Well, now Fox doesn't even really exist anymore. It's just Disney.
Well, yeah, and all they have on those shows is like The Masked Singer.
Oh, wait, you know what's
like
funny,
that,
dude?
you know?
Fox was bought by Disney, 20th Century Fox, minus the news and sports. So Fox is 20th Century Fox is Disney. But also Hulu, guess who owns Hulu? The largest shareholder in the Hulu is Disney. Disney owns both.
How is it not monopoly at this point? I'm just saying.
Oh no, it 100% is monopoly.
Like, how are we not bringing these companies on charges for making one? Like, and what's going to be fucked up is there's going to be a time where like a company like Comcast sues a company like Disney,
Well,
and we're going to have to be on the side of them because Disney's just buying up everything. I mean, you want to talk about the death of the movie industry? Blame fucking Disney. If they didn't own every property being put out, we'd have a lot more fucking cinema out there.
Our good friend Barty Ross says, no one cares about antitrust anymore. Or do they not care because they're paid not to care, Bart Ross?
Well, I mean, we all know that every side you look on as far as mainstream media is paid actors, so the entertainment industry is all paid actors, so it's like... And we're fools. We really are. The consumers are idiots because we sit around going, I hope they let Deadpool on Disney Plus, instead of going, hey, fuck you, make what we want. Did you guys hear that The first rated R movie's getting put on Disney Plus. Do you know what it is?
No, what is it?
No.
Fucking Jet Li's Kiss of the Dragon.
Wow, that's a specific.
Great movie, but I don't get it.
Yeah, that's. I don't get it.
Like Disney at this point is like, how do you pick that one? Like, why wouldn't? Do they not own Deadpool 1 and 2? Is it still owned by Fox or?
No, they definitely 100% own Deadpool now. I don't.
Why wouldn't you get those two movies out there fucking immediately? Like, give the audience what they want.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why they decided to get involved in the don't say gay bill either.
Oh Jesus!
Like, what difference does it make what the weirdo Floridian politicians are doing anyway?
Well, then it's like
who's getting involved?
Disney, because they're in Florida.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, where's their headquarters at?
They're giving heavy. Well, it's because they have the theme park in Florida.
Well, they got theme parks everywhere, but like,
on behalf
where's
of
their headquarters?
Probably California.
I mean, they're kind of a global company, so yeah. It's either
oh, duh! Because literally, Circa just got a job there, and we were talking about that. Got it.
Yeah. So I guess the Disney Florida has pushed back because their employees are LGBTQ community, and I like, if you're a teacher who resigns because you can't teach children about sex.
I'll be honest, I have not read the bill. I heard it's about 7 pages.
What it basically says is, under 4th grade, any sort of sexuality talk, whether it be gay, whether it be straight, is banned from the curriculum. As in, even if, and that also includes things like you cannot use sexuality-based things for equational questions or reading questions. So basically what they've said is, under 4th grade, 0 sex, and like, people have conflated it to mean like, well, you know, if you're a gay teacher and you want to talk to your class about your weekend with your husband or wife, you know, now you can't. And it's like, no, you absolutely can. The concept is they don't want any sexuality teachings to be taught to the children under 4th grade in the curriculum, and it's just been conflated, and you know, they don't want gender to be discussed as far as in the curriculum. Once again, if a little kid comes up to if a 3rd grader comes up to their teacher and says something like, hey, I like this person, blah, 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 that doesn't mean you can't talk to them. You can't say, oh, you know, well, they're a good friend, huh? But the concept being, at that age, if you believe what is said about the root bill, it's designed to give parents the option of when their children are exposed to those things. Which is already a little bit flawed in its own concept, because you really can't choose when children at this point in our society are exposed to sexuality. But I do understand not wanting teachers to put that sort of stuff in the curriculum. I mean, do you remember when, like, Simpsons literally had that whole thing from Milhouse's dad, and it was based off of a real thing?
No.
Where he was bitching. He bitched during the PTA meeting that he demanded to know the food schedule for the week, because he didn't want Milhouse to have spaghetti 2 times in one day. Like, that shit used to be real. People that, like, would demand that much control over their children's schooling. So I do feel there is a little bit of a disconnect in, like, I don't feel parents are in on the teachings at all. Like, they're kind of kept out of the loop, and that's countrywide.
But maybe that's a good thing, for the most part.
It depends on what's going in there, and I've heard people argue, like, well, there's no sexuality curriculum-based things going on at children that age, and it's like, well, you do have drag queens reading to children at the, I think it was 1st grade level in the library. You have had instances of parents looking at their children's homework, and a question that's essentially a phonics / math question that they use words with, a description, has you know, sexual relationship in it for some reason. And to that extent, I can kind of see, but I think it's all just homeschool your kids, everybody. We're not doing better as a society by socializing, are we? Can anyone tell me what things are looking up?
Let's see. I'm trying to actually. I want to take a crack. I don't want to look at this thing.
I miss toaster strudels.
Bro, they still make them, but like if I eat one, fucking, I have to work out like 6 times just to burn that one fucking toaster strudel off.
Lemon cream pie Pop-Tarts? Ugh.
How dare you?
What? That peach cobbler? What are they doing? Nasty. Jake used to be obsessed with these things. Boston cream pie Pop-Tart. Get the fuck out of here. That's funny.
So one of the lines 97 to 100. Classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards.
Sausage, egg, and cheese. Biscuit. Roll up.
So one of the things is schools will be required to notify parents when children receive mental, emotional, or physical health services, unless educators believe there is a risk of abuse, abandonment, or neglect. In accordance with the rights of
Classroom instructions, sexual orientation or gender, in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards. That's vague though, man. That's real vague. That is very, very vague. Because what does that mean precisely?
Well, it's specifically
at what point does education
under 4.
At what point does education for what stage of development make sense? Because that I feel is very biased, very specific, subjective interpretation.
Well, I guess the question is both sides need to be scrutinized, right?
Sure.
Like we can scrutinize the vagueness of this, but then if I'm a parent, can say, okay, well, what are you and that's the other thing, right? Everything's kind of hidden because lesson plans aren't made public to the parent. So like,
no,
as a parent, I could then go, well, you tell me, what you think is appropriate to teach my 3rd grader and is necessary to develop them right now, that is included that is a sexual lesson, like, or the sexuality is included in that lesson plan. Like, I think it is fair for parents to say, well, like, you're fighting so hard for this, show me what you're planning on teaching them. That's the weird thing that the bill doesn't talk about at all. Like, it has no provision to say, hey, parents should be included on lesson plans.
But maybe they shouldn't, because parents are fucking idiots.
Well, I think the parents should absolutely be. I think it should be available to them. Like, I'm not necessarily saying you send your, but I think if a parent requests to see what the lesson plan is,
parents are idiots can confirm. Right. Well,
sure
parents,
thing.
Parents aren't educated.
That doesn't mean they need to be shut out from the child's education, though, either.
I know, but when it comes to their education, like, they literally might have shitty ideas of what their child should learn, which again sounds rude, but people are.
But that's not for you, the educator, to say.
Isn't
that's
it,
not your judgment.
Isn't their job to educate your child?
Because in the end, that's their child, right? And the problem is we've set precedents on this.
So again, I think homeschool, right?
Sure thing, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, if you are one of these parents, but I don't believe that a lesson plan should be hidden and
not hidden.
The parent, but that's what you're saying, right? Because you are saying they be showed it?
I don't think most parents should have a fucking say in what the vasts, unless the education system is a complete failure and breaking down and clearly up to.
Well, have you seen the current statistics for the American school system? We're not doing well.
No. But again,
so
will parents getting shitty and pissy about what their kids are being educated on, will that affect anything?
Here's what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying they should have control over the masses educational course. What I'm saying is the parents should be given the option to see what the material is And since it is their child, if they do not want their child to learn that, or whatever the material is, they should be able to opt their child out of it.
I think when it comes to sex stuff, that's almost always been the case. I remember when I was in school, when the sex ed classes came around, the parents had to sign a consent form. And I specifically remember when the sex ed talk came, there were a couple of kids whose parents were stupid, and they got up and had to go into a different room while we were all learning about sexual education. But again, so
or they weren't as mature as you were. People have different cycles. People have different maturity rates. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's biology. The two choices really are or three choices. The parents opted out of it. They were too dumb, or they were not mature enough, so they were pulled for whatever reason. But like, I'm not even saying just sex ed, right? And you also have to remember, for how long, how many decades has the consensus from the teachers been, it's not my job to teach your kid this, this, and this. That's the parent's job. Now we're at a complete reversal, where it is now the teachers are saying, well, as their teacher, it's my job to teach them this, this, and this, which is a complete opposite. And that's the other weird thing. All I'm saying is I think parents should be able to see what the material is. If they don't approve for whatever reason, they should be able to opt their child out of that material. And those parents, I would agree, probably should consider homeschooling their child.
I think it's more.
There actually have been studies about pornography and masturbation and hurting the male sex drive.
Yeah, if you watch too much porn, it'll definitely fuck your brain up.
It changes the pattern.
Parents are idiots can confirm. Parents are idiots, but the U.S. education system is also run by idiots. I don't care. Just come to me when you're 18 and I'll defrag your trauma. It has all come down to passing. Hello, Volpsy, how are you? It has all come down to passing test after test to get funding. Some parents aren't involved in their kids learning anything. They expect their idiot kids to learn something without them giving a shit. Sex ed in this day and age is from Pornhub. So, what's up, Snowrip? So when your partner sucks as sex, blame Pornhub.
That's where there have been studies things came from.
Well, didn't they say? I could have sworn I read somewhere that people who overindulge in pornography, it leads to erectile dysfunction and other stuff.
Yeah, I've also believed some of it was linked to because they've trained their brain for a certain arousal, and because porn is so unrealistic in a lot of ways that normal sexual interaction doesn't arouse them.
Getting better after that COVID break. Currently drawing some flowing locks for an Incubus character. The band Incubus?
Dude, pardon me. I like that song.
Referencing they'd all be banging their step siblings. References. Come on, man. What is this, a fucking TED Talk? I'm talking out of my asshole here.
Right. No, I mean, I could find references, but you're talking, literally you're conflating the story, which is the step sibling, with the sexual act, which could be any position that you don't normally do in your life, or that your partner can't do, or basically you become unattracted to your partner because you train your brain to. I think this is with anything. I mean, you train your brain to do anything. Humans are proven, but I could pull up a study, I'm sure.
No, this Incubus is from a tabletop RPG game, a real joker at it. Grey Jack, as he's known from his ashen skin and his name resembling the name Jack. This guy is this guy like a NPC or? Matt, you still playing Elden Ring?
Yeah, I'm up to I think it was 137, maybe 134.
Dude, I started trolling this weekend.
You invading?
No, I actually don't like invaders. They annoy the shit out of me. I actually had a couple invaders come in. And I think I had been told, or at least it was my understanding, that if you open up your multiplayer so that you could have friends join you, it also opens up for invaders. That's how I've come to know it. But I don't know if that's the case though.
I'm pretty sure it is. I think it also, isn't there several ways to open up, like, isn't there that certain ring you put on just to open up the world to people?
Yeah, there's a blue ring and a white ring.
Yeah, and like, I think part of it is like, yeah, you're requesting help, which I think it's the design is like, well, you've opened the portal, now anybody can come through. But then I think the other rings are there just for you to be like, fuck you, come into my land, let's see what you can do.
Right, yeah, there are duelist devices in case you want to get into a fight, and then there's also when I think because you can open your game up and be invaded, they have the what the hell is it called? I think they're called hunters. Yes, hunters. So how it works is, let's say Yoji is playing Elden Ring, and he is invited his best friend, Bernard Chang, to help him play Elden Ring. And Yoji and Bernard are, dungeon crawling or whatever. But because Yoji has opened the world up for Bernard to play, that means he can now be invaded, which sucks. However, that also means that the world is open to anti-invaders. They're called hunters, and it works like, Matt will show up to stop the invader, so it can actually be a 3v1.
It is really kind of a cool. It's almost like a Marvel movie, because every Marvel movie has that scene where like the hero is just about to get his shit kicked in, right? And then next thing you know, a couple of them, like Spider-Man had that.
Yeah, somebody shows up to help him out.
Which is kind of a cool concept, I think.
Ha! What's up, old helmet? That's hilarious. But yes, kind of a Deus Ex Machina of sorts. When the invaders come to kick Yoji's ass, a hero comes to help you take them down. And that's essentially the invader and hunter, game mechanics.
Now, if you're not level 480,000 like you are yourself,
230.
What is the you are? What is the levels of the invader and hunter? Do they match yours, or?
I think they're supposed to be. I had heard, I don't know this for a fact though, I had heard the invaders and hunters have to be within 10 to 20 points of your character in order to show up to your multiplayer, and it scales. So you'll be beefed up in order to deal with them, or you'll be beefed down, nerfed down, I guess maybe is the better phraseology for it.
Bard Ross has an explanation. He says, system always favors the defender. You can only be invaded if you straight up ask for it, or if you actively have a cooperator, not just open to cooperators, and then a hunter can come in once an invader comes in. So it's always 2 or 3v1, and only 1v1 if you're totally prepared.
Oh, so the system, you're right. You can only be invaded if you straight up ask for it. Wait, so Bard,
that's an intricate system.
Bard, can you have your friend join you in multiplayer and not have your world open to invaders? Like if you just wanted to do, just me and Maddie just want to pal around in multiplayer, co-op style, can I do that without opening my game up to the rest of the ne'er-do-wells?
Bro, it's like that map of Hogwarts where you can see everybody's footsteps. There's no way they're going to get you.
I think so if you use a password. No. I always use a password with Earthbound. Earthbound was password only. The password was Mikey D. And we got invaded a bunch. A couple times they kicked my ass because of the imbalance, invaders have to be smart, because otherwise you get what's called ganked, which means it's a gangbang more or less, because it's 3v1 essentially. If you got a party of 2 and then you have a hunter come on top of that, actually you can have multiple hunters come. I was in I was in a lobby where 2 hunters came to deal with the 1 invader. So it was actually a 4v1. So because of that, the invaders in Elden Ring, they tend to find cheesy ways to give themselves the advantage. So there are invisibility talismans where you remain invisible to the player up until 30 yards away. So you can get relatively close if you're a long-range individual. Also, invaders do have the added bonus of not gaining aggro of the NPCs, of the host NPCs. So if I were to invade, I could literally run between a dragon's legs and like slap its calves and whatnot. And there's nothing, it would only go for you. It wouldn't do anything to me.
Well, you think you're tough because you're level 235? I challenge you in the Harry Potter game when it comes out.
In a duel, a wizard's duel.
Wand against wand, we fight in a field.
Nah, dog. I roll to other people's roll all the time with my suboptimal bullshit so I can get destroyed. Wait, why are you doing that? Are you doing that as a hunter? I was thinking about becoming an Elden Ring hunter. I'm just drawing some boots right now. I fucking hate drawing feet. God, I hate drawing feet so goddamn much.
Anybody running out to the theater to go see Morbius?
Absolutely not. Did you see the Rotten Tomato scores? I normally don't agree with critics, but man,
I assume probably 10%.
I think it was. I saw it. It was as low as 14. It might have gone up since then, but it was not good. No,
well, I've read they've removed like every reference to Spider-Man and the rest.
Yeah,
of
all of the teasers
at all
the teasers that were there. The Daily Bugle teaser, the Spider-Man graffiti. I heard the exact same. They got rid of all of them.
And yeah, and then apparently he was full-on method actor.
Oh god damn it!
He wouldn't use the bathroom or anything while he was on set. It's just like, this is the same guy that has so much money he was able to disappear for 6 months, and then when he came back into Hollywood, he's like, "Wait, what's COVID? I've been in a sanctum for 6 months. Yeah, I've been drinking well water."
Hello, YouTube friends. Casper says, makes you wonder if Jared Leto should be doing these types of movies, because it was so funny. I saw a meme, and the meme was Darth Maul. It was Darth Maul, and it was him shooting out each side of his lightsaber. And the first side was Suicide Squad, and the second one was Morbius movie, and it was where Darth Maul was Jared Leto, meaning that the two worst movies from either side of the superhero universes were both featuring Jared Leto as a key character.
Well, oh man. So Yoji says, well, when it's become common to include scenes not in the movie into the trailers, lots of shit. I think what happened is the studio and Kevin Feige and everybody was seeing dailies and then saw the close to final product and was like, no, you need to remove every reference to the universe because this is not going to be included.
This is garbage.
This is going to be a one shot. We're going to play it off that way, and none of this is going to actually have happened.
That's my guess. Also, that because it's different in Rogue One. In Rogue One, there was a wild scene where the actor, I think her name is Felicity Jones, the main character, the main protagonist of that, band of rogues in Rogue One. There's a scene where she's up on a catwalk of types, and she's literally running from like a TIE fighter that's like shooting at her. It's crazy. It's wild. It's awesome. Never made it to the cut of the movie that reached the theaters. But that, I think, is different than what we saw. I think
that was them. Yeah, that was them cutting down a movie. Or maybe they thought, well, we had it in the trailer. Everybody's watched it so much. We need to cut down a little bit. The studio's saying cut 5 minutes. It's easy to cut. Like, I'd imagine a lot of that stuff in the trailers that gets cut is more or less for time. But I would agree that I think this one was more like, no, this thing's a piece of shit, and it's going to poison everything we've built up.
Yeah.
Hey, I got to go. The wife is done at work. I got to go pick her up.
Okay. Enjoy your woman.
Always. You have yourself a wonderful evening, and the rest of the show. If I can jump back in, I for sure will, but I'm not sure.
All right. Well, keep me posted, buddy. Always good chatting.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Bye. That's how you get a UTI. Oh, from your 3 invasions? I know that feel about feet. I've been practicing toes of late. I've managed to make 2 or 3 acceptable tootsies during the last month. Well, when it's become common to include scenes, he's too obsessed with trying to get into some big superhero franchise, and the studios are willing to pay him because of his Oscar and good performances. Well, Jared Leto's a good actor. He's not my favorite actor, but he's accomplished, and he's pretty damn good. But also, I mean, it might just be bad luck, right? He might have just picked some really shitty scripts. Or he might just not be good at superhero acting. Look at everybody's favorite actress, Brie Larson. Now, I've seen a few non-superhero Brie Larson movies. Again, she's also a good actress. I don't know if she's a great actress, but she's good. Damn good in certain roles. But as Captain Marvel, she was kind of really bad. It takes a certain kind of actor to play these characters. I think you need to have I don't know, man. Maybe a certain charisma, maybe a certain charm in order to make these characters believable, likable, endearing. Rogue One is my favorite of the Star Wars movies. The only proper good one of them. I blame Rob Rodriguez, who made it a habit to put in fake scenes into his trailers. He's accomplished, but he doesn't have to pick every shit comic book role just because it pays him $20 million. He's having the Affleck problem during the mid-2000s. Hey Pink, it may also be the director not knowing what they want from the character. They go for actors, but they aren't good for the genre. Make any movie willing to pay you $5 million because you're a money whore and watch your credibility tank along with your career. A lot of stuff, especially big franchises, don't have that script director issue. Yeah, woof, man. You know, I'm curious. I'm going to look it up right now. Morbius, Rotten Tomatoes, first hit on the old search. Does anybody want to guess without looking what Morbius is rated from critics? Bard Ross says 45. I might as well just show you. Critics have given it 16%. The audience gives it 70%. Those prosthetics look terrible. Oh my goodness. I wonder how Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is doing. Oh, not rated yet. Did anybody see Sonic the Hedgehog 1? I like that rather than what movie is this? What's everything? Oh, this one. I want to see this one. This one looks cool. Anyway. Oh, 95% audience score. Hot damn. Hey now. 90. Wow, 95, 96. Woo, woo, woo. Also, hey, guys, Data from the Goonies is in this movie. I don't know if you guys like the Goonies. Suits always meddle with movies when the director and actors have minimal control. Fuck me. Oh shit, I'm seeing that this weekend. I saw Sonic 1 movie. It was decent. Like a movie you watch once and forget afterwards. Perfect. I love those kinds of movies. Mike calls them 5-minute movies. I do. I didn't coin that term though. I definitely heard it from somewhere. But yes, that's the term I most associate with those movies. For the exact reason that you stated. That's about as long as they stay in your head. which is, by the way, perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. Perfectly fine. As long as I'm having a good time and I'm entertained and I'm enjoying myself, that's for the most part, that's kind of where my bar is set. Not always. Sometimes, sometimes I kind of do demand a little bit more from movies, but generally speaking. Yeah, I watched it in the cinemas with the GF at the time, and I'm glad I did. I didn't feel like rewatching or getting the Blu-ray or anything. Pulled pork. Yoji, I was watching a TV show the other day. I thought about you. Whenever I watch anything involving Korean people, I always think of Yoji. So maybe I'm watching Kim's Convenience. And I'm watching, what's that actress's name? Grace Bang? Saw her in the movie, she shows up in the movie Fresh. Sebastian Stan's thriller. That's currently on Hulu. Anyway. Yoji, I started watching an Apple Plus TV show called what the fuck was it called? Pachinko. That's what it was. Pachinko. Some critically acclaimed movies haven't clicked for me though because of my preferences, like Interstellar. Right, Interstellar. That was a weird one. I enjoyed it for the most part, but if you, I'm not gonna fight you on it though. Interstellar is not a movie where, I would defend. That movie's weird. That movie's weird, corny in some places, a little heavy-handed in others. Until the Tesseract of Love showed up, I was okay with it. I got why people liked it, but it was too slow and somber for me. Tesseract of Love. Fourth dimensional beings of love, Bard Ross. Well, fuck. Now I want to watch that movie in the movie theater. Bard Ross. The everything. Was it everything? All the time, something like that. Everything, everywhere, all the time. I prefer my movies with tits and explosions because monkey brain. Well, at least you're honest about it. I can appreciate that. Oh man, I want to ask Volpsy a question. She just kind of came in here, stated that she enjoyed my doodle, and then ran out of here. The last thing I saw was Batman, and before that Dune, otherwise nothing since the pandemic. I want to watch Batman again one more time in the theater. A little long. she came over on the Don't Say Gay rant, so she bounced. My biggest problem with that bill is that it's too fucking vague. It leaves way too much to interpretation. Yo, Bard Ross, you still playing D&D, buddy? That's one thing I do love about Elden Ring. It, so many aspects of it remind me of Dungeons and Dragons. Nope, I wish. Me too, Bard Ross. You probably don't have any time for such shenanigans. I'm playing D&D once a month. How many players you got? I don't really have hobbies anymore. Oh, man. School has taken them from you, Bard Ross. Medical school has left me a shell of a man. School has left me devoid of joy. The problem is we have to study for these ridiculous tests after a 60-hour work week. Oh, boy, damn, dude. My D&D group of 4 players, plus our DM, has scheduling issues, so once a month is our rough estimate. And everyone here is too neurotic to get on board with D&D. Neurotic. However, my own TTRPG, I host 2 or 3 games a week. A week? So many games. Do you guys play in real life or through like Discord? But hopefully after June things will be good. No more studying, just normal work. Good, Bard Ross. I'm trying to design a completely new table. Whoa, whoa. The beta, 10 people signed up, so I had to split them 2 grids. Jeez, man, what a goddamn undertaking. Might spend October in NYC. For like some residency stuff. Visiting rotation. Yeah, basically a residency audition. Are you going to audition like American Idol? And then there's going to be a heavy set black doctor. We'll see. To Bard Ross. You're a little pitchy, dog. That wouldn't surprise me. It really has been, Michael. I slaved at it for 7 years, damn near complete, like 92% complete. So what are you doing, like, what's the word I'm looking for? You doing, just like balancing stuff? Kind of a dream job to get employment for either said RPG royalties or use a step stool into the industry. Wow. I had no idea you were that hardcore into it. I designed a TTRPG, got about halfway, then in my last manic episode I finished that shit like a boss. Bart, I forgot you had the mania in you. Do you guys know that there was a dude in Calgary? College student, just living his life normal like any other college student. Was at a party one day, showed up, started acting weird. Started like way out of character weird. Started talking to people, talking about the Illuminati, leaving people weird voice messages. And then towards the end of the night, the guy just has a complete break. Has a complete psychotic episode. First time in his life. Never before. He grabs a kitchen knife. He kills 5 people in under 2 minutes with the thing. Never had an episode beforehand. Hadn't had one after. They diagnosed him with schizophrenia, a type of schizophrenia. I think it's been almost 10 years. And apparently, guy's on his meds. They allow him supervised trips to various parts of Calgary. Hey, Mr. Doodle. And they think at some point he's going to be released. I think you can look it up. If you Google Calgary mass stabbing, you probably can see the story. Unlike the other stuff I talk about, this time I'm not just talking out of my butthole. Alright, shit. I gotta pee. I'll be quick. Pee-pee time. Psychotic breaks are no joke. They can get dark. I'd want to pick your brain about that. Drinking too much damn coffee. Yoji! What's up, Yoji? When I was making my coffee drink number 2, I was singing Barty's Got a Gun is what I was singing. Barty's got a gun. I don't own guns anymore. Why not? Are you not an American anymore, Bard Ross? It's all not shocking enough, so Best Korea keeps talking missiles as usual attack us, and we use nukes. Okay, find some oil. Oh, Yoji, did you hear? Were you here when I asked you if you've been watching the TV show Pachinko? Just got some massive. Oh yeah, no. I heard a statistic once. It went that men are 4 times more likely to commit self-removal from the planet, we'll say. Gotta be careful about what I say on YouTube. 4 times more likely to do it than women. Now, what was funny about that statistic, not funny, haha, was that it wasn't that they try more. It was that they succeed more. I believe women try more. But it was the means in which men were attempting self-removal. Because the means were, well, firearms. And with firearms, it's kind of there's not a whole lot of room for error. And a lot of gals who are making their attempts, that's not their preferred method of removal. So it allows for, I think pills is their choice, but that allows for people to intervene. So way to go, gentlemen. There it is. Bard knows. Of course Bard knows. Coffee drink number 2. Let's get a close-up on this coffee drink. Ooh, coffee drink. Yummy. Yummy. I bet it looks like shit in this camera. Of course it does. See, this is kind of like somebody's skin color. But there was like this, it's more like this. It's more like this, like, kind of lovely golden brown. I put a little cocoa powder in there. Looks like blood. What does that look like to you guys? Let this be a Rorschach chest. This is my version of a Rorschach test. It's called a Rorschach's chest. What do you see in there? Looks like an upper GI bleed. I see a skull with horns in there. Oh my god. Hold on. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Do you guys see that? I see it now. I'm going to show you guys the skull that I saw in there. Whoa. Hang on, I want to take the... I want to post the photo I just took. I'm going to post that in general chat. Black Lives Matter used donations to buy $6 million Southern California home. Wow. Oh, also Elon Musk is the current largest shareholder of Twitter. And I think he owns 9% of the company. Something along there. Oh, 9.2%. New Elon Musk buys $3 billion stake, 9.2% in Twitter, and is now the platform's largest shareholder. My name is Jackson Mulholland, and I'm one of the many people here working at Twitter in charge of developing terms and conditions for users. We're not stripping away free speech, we're protecting users from bullies, bigots, and spam. I refuse to work with or for Elon Musk. I'm resigning. What a bitch. Alright, I'm going to... Alright. Do I have Discord on here? No. Fuck, I deleted Discord off here. Oh, I know what I can do. I know how to get these pictures on my iPad. There we go. Let me send that to Procreate. Sending to Procreate. I see Jack Skellington. Importing. There it is. Okay, so here, I'm going to show you guys where I saw the skull. I'm kind of curious where you guys saw it. Here's where I saw the skull. I saw it down here. I think maybe I've been playing too much Elden Ring. But yeah, this is where I saw the skull. Yeah, this is what I saw in the coffee. And again, if this is a Rorschach test, I think I failed. Oh, I see. I saw a Jack Skellington in like the two darker spots were the eyes. So this is what I saw in the coffee. Where'd you see Jack Skellington? Here? Other way? Like, was this? Like this part here? These were eyes? Like the two brown dark spots were the eyes. Alright, here, so I saw a skull there, and then what I saw here was like a freaky skull. Like the entire skull you drew was one eye. Oh, interesting. Oh. So this was an eye, and this was an eye. And then you have that kind of something like this. No, man. No, no, no. Here, I saw that, and I saw this thing. Saw this as a like a weird kind of moaning fucking like ghost demon thing. Alright, isn't this fucking weird looking? Right? Isn't that fucking creepy as shit, dude? You see that? Isn't that fucking like really creepy? The way it's like, in my head it was like wailing, dude. I thought you were drawing on actual coffee. No, this is what I kind of did my own little impromptu Rorschach test here, and I asked everybody what they saw, and then now I'm showing them what I saw, which was fucking, in hindsight, horrifying. I just see, apparently, when just looking at like coffee grounds in a drink, my brain goes to, you know, like a normal person probably looks at it and just like, oh, what's that? Those are just some coffee things. And I look at it and I see whatever the fuck this thing is. Monsters. I see monsters everywhere. Hello, Volpsy. It's cool to see how you saw it, because when you said skull, I saw it in a different angle. Volpsy, would you, if I were to send you the picture, would you draw where you saw a skull? It's Oogie Boogie. This is my new favorite game. Yeah, I'm down. I'm gonna text it to you then. Hey Volpsy, what do you think I have? Do you think I have your real name saved in my phone, or your name, your screen name? Your, you know, Twitter handle. Which name? The private one. There's so many now. Is there really? Oh, I see. Oh, I get it now. I forgot about your photography. I used to see monsters everywhere when I used to draw monsters. Nowadays, I see T and A. I'm gonna be honest, dude. I've got a pretty active imagination. I don't think I you know what? I'm looking. I'll even flip. I'll flip it on the horizon. No, I don't see tits in here. No, I'm forcing it. I thought maybe for a second I saw boobs. Yeah, that would be some messed up areolas. Yeah, no, the way too big and close together. No, I was thinking this. This is where I was trying to push boobs in my head. I'll show you. But this is a stretch. And just that, like maybe a bikini top. Maybe a bikini top here, but that's it's a real stretch. Friends. That was about the best my imagination can do. The monsters were left off-putting. You know what? I like that my brain sees monsters in just imagine you went to me for like your palm reading or like to read your tea leaves. And every time I looked at your tea leaves, it was always the same thing. I'm like, I see nightmarish creatures in your future. I'm like every time, but it's like every time, tea leaf reader guy, every time I come to you, you always say the same thing. All right. Enough of this silliness. Let's finish up this drawing. This drawing that Volpsy complimented me on, which is very nice of her. To be honest, I let my imagination run wild when designing some monsters into my tabletop RPG because I lean into the Lovecraftian influence. Who doesn't love Lovecraft? Well, you know what? Maybe yeah, you know what? If you're a black person, I could see why you might not have any love for Lovecraft. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Lovecraft the one that named his cat Lovecraft's cat's name? It was help me out here, guys. How would you describe it? A racially insensitive name. Hey, Elizabeth the Tree Elizabeth is here. Hello, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, guess who went out this weekend and bought himself a fiddly fig? Was not that big though. Maybe only about like 3 or 4 feet tall. So relatively small for the little guy. I got some new things that I've planted and propagated, Liz, if you're curious. Lovecraft as a person wasn't the nicest, but the stories and impact he made can't be denied. No, I agree. Listen, I'm a strong proponent of separating the art from the artists, and I know some people have issues with that, and perhaps some artists, some people just can't differentiate, but I think it's important to, as best you can. With that said, if you can't, I understand. I sympathize. I agree, but his personality seeks in way too much for my taste. Lots of people, especially the older generation, weren't the nicest. I mean, also, I know people say this shouldn't be an excuse, but when you're a product of your time, I feel like there should be a certain allowance for ignorance, right? When you're viewing the world from a 21st century lens, and you're putting your modern beliefs on a person from however many centuries ago. You know, it's important to contextualize. Like there are better authors within that genre that I'd rather spend time reading, says Barbaros. Disney, Clint Eastwood, John Wayne, all racists. Disney also, don't forget, Disney also a notorious anti-Semite. I found my sketches of my monster design I'd made several years back for some of my earlier tabletop RPG adventures. Could share them if you like. Yeah, pop them on over to the Discord art channel. Ooh. Oh, Amy's. Oh, sorry. My friend Volpsy here just sent me the one that she did. I'm gonna post that. I'm gonna post that in the Discord channel. Yeah, but it wasn't much that. He was just a generally petty, bitter person. And that's the part I find annoying when I go back and read his work, even though we think foreigners are nice in their own country, but when you're not the majority or even the native of your country, you'll see severe racism. I couldn't see anything in the other one. Here, let me show you what Volpsy did. This is Volpsy's sketch, but I like that I'm not alone in seeing horrific, weird demon things in my drink. But I like that her skull is more actually anatomically correct where she saw the skull. Like yeah, that's more anatomically correct versus what I saw. Yeah, no. Like seeing the skull, the two eyes where it was for her, that's way more anatomically appropriate. Because what I drew is just, I'm like, that's not anything. That's just fucking weird. Yours is all fancy. Fancy. Mine is just more fucking hellish and weird. Kind of cute though, right, Volpsy? Middle Eastern countries treat anyone not local like shit. You have no rights there. I should have just Discorded it to you. Oh yeah, duh. Want to go to Japan for anime? Go to Korea for K-pop? Unless you're white or light skin, expect racism. That's what I saw when Mike went rogue with the Oogie Boogie. Face, it blew my mind. It is kind of cute though. Oh shit, wait. Did I tell Liz I was going to show her one of my plants? Oh wait, you know who else likes plants? Liz, I don't know if you're still in here, but Volpsy likes plants. I had no idea. Volpsy, I was telling Elizabeth that I purchased a fiddly fig this weekend from the semi-local nursery I go to. I'm obsessed. You're out. Let me show you something else. Here, let me take a photo of my propagation station for you. Hello, Banzi. So I hopped in the Discord and shared the drawing like you suggested. Excellent. You know what? I'm gonna share the photo in general chat, and then I'm just gonna tag you, Volpsy. This way everybody can see. Did you just do Rorschach yourself? Did you just Rorschach yourself with a cappuccino? I did. Actually, I Rorschached everybody. But I'm glad to know I wasn't the only one who saw weird, freaky stuff in there. I owe you vines? What are you talking about, Volpsy? Alright, let's look at the art channel. Oh, that is a freaky drawing. Here. I'll show the freaky drawing. String of hearts. Volpsy, guess who picked up a variegated string of hearts? This design is awesome. It's so weird looking. It almost seems anatomically impossible. I dig it. Yeah, no, this is cool. This looks like something you might fight in Elden Ring. You know what, Yoji never, Yoji, you still in here, buddy? I like the eyes. Yeah, they're freaky. They almost look like vaginas, little vaginas with eyeballs in them. Wait, so Volpsy, how many plants you got, dude? Oh, here, you know, let me show you guys the references I use for this piece. I found these two on Pinterest. Here. They use this reference for the hair and loosely the face. Very loosely. And then this is what I copied for the outfit and a little bit of the body pose. Oh shit, does it still say I'm in Elden Ring? Oops. I forgot to switch it back. I will do that now. I'm so used to never playing video games that I forget that I switched my game away from art. His brain is still blank. I mean, Yoji's not far from the truth. Joji, tell everybody what Japan did to Korea in 1910. Oh yeah, wait, fuck, I forgot to hydrate. Yay, hydration. Oh, Volpsy just...
It'll get really, really hard.
Volpsy just DM'd me a
really
photo of her string of hearts. Volpsy, what kind of plant is that below it? It's very pretty. Japan killed and colonized Korea and kidnapped women for their military as prostitutes. They did. They did do that.
Oh man, it's gonna be a big yikes from me, dog.
Yoji is the Ken Burns of Michael's channel. You know, it's so funny, man. I've watched all the episodes of Kim's Convenience. I watched all the episodes of Kim's Convenience, and the dad from the show, Appa, you know, his nickname, Mr. Kim. He often brings up what Japan did to Korea starting in 1910. Which was, you know, occupy Korea and Well, lots of horrible, horrible, awful, awful things. And then I was watching this show called Pachinko, which I keep bringing up, but I forgot to actually finish my thoughts on. But the show starts off in Korea, 1910. Well, Japanese occupied Korea in 1910. And I had never seen any kind of, either dramatized or non-fictional. I've never seen like photos of, or like even like besides Mr. Kim being silly about, like them like teasing Mr. Kim about the grudge he holds against Japanese people in the sitcom Kim's Convenience. I didn't like truly know the historic background involved in that conflict whatsoever. But the show, it is a dramatization of what happened, but I'd imagine it's somewhat factually accurate. I mean, it don't have to be, right? My goodness, man. My goodness, Yoji. Pretty awful stuff. Anyway, the show is really good. Pachinko. I actually really enjoy it. Thank you. I strive for Uncanny Valley with a lot of my monster designs. A combination of familiar and alien. Alright, Gers, my stream should be fixed back to normal. Volpsy says, I think it's a satin Pothos. I actually, about a month or so ago, I bought my first Pothos. I got the Queen Marble Pothos, Volpsy. And I started propagating it. I've been propagating a bunch of things. And so far, fingers crossed, the propagations have been doing well. Let me show you. Here again, this camera is going to make it look like ass, but the plant looks much prettier than this. But, this is the, I believe it's called the Queen Marble Pothos. A beautiful variegation on this plant. And if you look, you will see that the propagation seems to be doing really well. It is getting very close for me.
Simping isn't bad. Simping is king shit.
It's getting very close to me being able to plant it in some soil. This one especially. Like, look how long that root is. That root, like a root around that long is like right where I'm at. Like, but the problem is like a bunch of the other roots. Like you see that one? It's like super small.
Wow, I didn't know this was gonna be so big.
Look at the new growth that's coming in. Anyway, look, there's a new leaf. There's a new leaf trying to make it to the surface. Oh, this new one. This is a brand new growth. It's actually really, really, really pretty. It's way more green than this. The camera, again, it sucks and it washes everything out. Let me see if it looks better on this one. Here, this is actually closer to the green that it looks like. See? You see how beautiful? Anyway, so I'm eager to finally pot this in some soil. Here's another one. I went over to my friend's house and she was nice enough to let me snip her little, I don't even know what the hell this is. Do you have it in super bright light? I have it in bright indirect light, but it's pretty bright for a few hours of the day at least. Yeah, so this one, I took this cutting like 2 weeks ago. I took this cutting like 2 weeks ago, and look at the roots already, dude. Like the roots are already starting, the aerial roots are going nuts, man. They're already starting to grow like crazy. And again, it hasn't even been, like, again, maybe even less than 2 weeks. Okay, nice. I need to try that with my marble one, maybe. So fast, right? So yes, I actually don't know what kind of pothos this is. She just had it and it was hanging, and she was like, do you want a cutting? And I'm like, I guess. I'm like, yeah, sure. And I really didn't, like, like I said, I only took these 4 little clips, and they were so small. I didn't really think, I actually wasn't sure that they were going to take it all, but lo and behold. I noticed with variegated string of hearts, if I didn't have it in super bright light, it would turn green. Oh, yeah, no, I put these just off of this south-facing window. I've got a big south-facing window here, and I put it just off. I don't want the leaves to burn, but I do want them to get a healthy amount of sunlight. I also put a little bit of fertilizer, just a little bit of fertilizer in the water, to encourage growth. But yeah, I'm eager to see how this one takes off. Oh, here, let me show you. Last thing I picked up. Here we go. So I just made this little gang today. I ordered this one off Amazon. I ordered this succulent off Amazon for like $6 or something like that. As it ages, you can actually see it starts to turn like a dark purple, almost black. You can kind of see the tip starting to turn that color. This is an Echevarria, which when I first got it, it was actually the size of this. It was this size. It was like just a little bit bigger than my thumb. And it fit in this tiny little cup. Like the cup was like maybe an inch in circumference, and I was able to just put it in there snug. And it just kept growing and growing and growing and growing. So I thought, all right, let me repot this in something a bit bigger. And this is the same friend that had the little pothos there. Also had a very leggy version of this succulent, and this is one of the offshoots. So I just clipped it, and I set it in some cacti soil. This is cacti soil, lightly fertilized with lots of perlite to make it very arid. And this is actually a little bowl that I drilled a hole in. This is a little IKEA dish thing. I actually drilled a hole in the ceramic to give it a proper drainage. And this is also just right off from the southern facing window in this room. And yeah. How long have I been absent? This is a completely new direction for the channel. What, plants? I guess I don't generally talk about plants on the channel, but it is a little bit of a hobby. A little bit of a hobby, a little bit of a passion. But they look so cool together, right? Succulents are the one plant I really suck at. Did you say that? Did you do succulent suck? Did you make that joke on purpose? Well, you're not alone, Volpsy. The best bit of advice I was given about succulents is to be mean to them. Because anybody who owns plants and like really tries to do best by the plants, especially if you're compulsive like yours truly, you have the tendency to hyper focus. So like, you know, you're making sure that like the soil is moist, and if you're me, the soil is lightly fertilized and arid and, you know, not too root bound unless the plant likes being root bound. So you tend to dote on your plants perhaps a little bit too much. I know, for example, some people over mist their plants and they overwater their plants. And the number one thing that will 100% kill your succulent before it has a chance to thrive, especially if it's a younger succulent. The one guarantee is over watering and like over doting. So when it comes to succulents, it's truly best to just ignore them. Leave them alone. I mean, don't let the soil get completely bone dry. Although even then, the plant will be generally okay for the most part, so as long as you catch it in time. But yeah, I've talked about this before. Somewhere during the pandemic, I kind of grew this affinity for plants. I liked watching them grow and feeding them and propagating them and see what worked and what didn't work. All right, let me color this. I've been goofing around chatting with you guys. Finished the pencils like an hour ago. Haven't done anything since. Oh, during the pandemic, I mostly just developed new phobias. What's your favorite new phobia? What's the hottest new phobia you got working right now, Barbaros? Hey, Volpsy, you working on... What art are you working on right now? I know she's always toiling away. Just watch out when you start to lose height and start to grow feet hair. You'll be turning into a hobbit. Dude, I would 100% turn this place into the Shire. I actually started thinking up ideas on how I could turn the area behind me, this area that's very metallic and kind of sterile, into something that might be lush and beautiful. Turns out I had a relapse in social anxiety that hasn't been present since frosted tips were popular. That tracks. Oh, and Elden Ring made me realize I had a phobia of dismembered hands that I never knew was there. Turns out Ocarina of Time did a number on it. Did Ocarina of Time also have gangly hand monsters? Because I fucking hate those things. Actually, you know what I realized? I don't know if I can't consider this a phobia. I can't consider this a phobia. Because I just find it unnerving, but when I'm not playing the game, it doesn't stay with me. It doesn't stick around. I don't have... But I will say I have a fucking major aversion to catacombs. Catacombs, caverns, caves, dungeons, sewers. Yeah, Elden Ring has completely like warped my brain along the lines of when it comes to dungeon crawling and similar. Like when I know I need to, like earlier today, there is a weapon in Volcano Cave, close to Volcano Manor in Elden Ring. And I looked at the walkthrough guide, and the walkthrough guide was like, if you want this cool weapon, guess where you gotta go? And the walkthrough guide points to the cave mouth a volcano cave. And it's like, well, you have to fight through the cave in order to get to the cave boss. And the cave boss is a demi-human queen. And, you know, you got to turn this way and run this way. And then, you know, after you fight and or run through the hordes of enemies, you know, you knock out an invisible wall and you'll find yada, blah, blah. And whenever I'm like at the precipice of the cave, right? When I'm at the cave mouth, or, you know, the mouth of a dungeon, I always have to like literally like, come on, let's do this. You know, I have to like psych myself up each time, because I find it so unnerving. Again, I wouldn't call it a real phobia, but I don't fucking like it. I'll tell you that much. I'll do it, but I'm not gonna like doing it. It's just so goddamn creepy in there, man. Things jumping out at you. The lantern only lights up so much space around you. It's scary. Zelda had hand monsters in the mazes that would drag you back to the beginning of the maze. Here, Corey's got something over here. Oh, wow. Corey's got that's literally one of my RPG monsters. A massive gangly hands grasping at the living because they're undead. Yeah, by the way, the ones in Elden Ring, they're so goddamn aggressive. And they hide. They are ambush predators. The only clue that you have that they are near you is that if you look in the ground, the hands, at least the giant hands, the very big ones, not the little crawly ones, but the ones that'll grab you and like fuck you up. Those hands, not only will they ambush you, the only inclination that you'll have that they're even there is that you'll see the very tips, just the very little tips of the gangly little monsters, just like the little bitty nub, just ever so discreetly poking up from out of the ground. So like out of the forest, it'll be level field, and then you just see a little tip here. And you normally don't see that shit until it's grabbing you. A nightmare. Yeah, so it's you know, thank you, Miyazaki. You dick. We were joking around the other day on stream. What if the Miyazaki from the Studio Ghibli films was the same Miyazaki that did you know, the Soulsborne games? Oh, those things, I've seen those. Love them. Hate them. Oh wait, so Bart, I didn't finish telling you what I've been doing in Elden Ring to be a dickhead. Oh Mike, there's something particularly you want to ask about the psychosis thing earlier? Oh right, man, I never just fucking stop at one point, do I? I just keep going and going. Yeah. Is that often, like, is that a rare occurrence that somebody will have a completely, you know, at least, again, I read a single article, so, you know, I'm so far removed from being informed. It's laughable. But from what I gathered from the article I was reading about that case in particular, it appeared as if no one was aware that they had this psychosis or this schizophrenia before that hard event. So before they were literally having a complete psychotic break, and, you know, murdering their friends. That's a long explanation, but it's fairly rare for certain reasons. Or, well, you don't, I mean, listen, you know, this is your job. You don't have to give me a whole lecture. Actually, fuck it. Let's talk psychiatric emergencies. Well, I ain't got anywhere to go. I ain't driving. So, I'll hear you out, man. Hey, Bard Ross.
Don't know.
How you feeling?
Yeah, man, I'm just taking the night off for the most part.
Trying to catch a breather?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay, so here's the deal. When you have psychosis,
Yes.
unless it's substance induced, which is really what we see more often, to be perfectly honest, then you get what's called you get prodromal symptoms. And so that's where, so psychosis is made up of like a few different domains. One of them is, or they're split up into two things, which are called positive symptoms and then negative symptoms. Positive symptoms are things that are not supposed to be there, that have been added. That's why they're called positive. They're not good. And then negative symptoms are things that should be there that aren't. So that's like flat affect, reduced cognition, things like that.
Okay.
So whenever people start to have these breaks, you know, the problem is a lot of times it's around, especially for males, it's around college age.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, so they're away for the first time, so they're not being monitored as closely, and people, you know, if they're around new people, they might just think that they're more introverted.
Right. Yeah. Shit. Who would know?
So, yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing, is generally the prodromal symptoms tend to involve social withdrawal, and then like slight paranoia and delusions. So it's rare for something like this situation where they would even go to a party and have these kind of things. By the time that you get to violent disorganization, because disorganized thought or behavior is kind of one of the big hallmarks as well. And that means that basically they don't know what the hell's going on. They can't think straight. They speak tangentially. They might even have like what we call word salad, where it's just a string of words that make no sense.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the things.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
person was.
But it's strange that he had it's strange that he like went to a party and was even around those kind of people and then had such an acute psychotic break at that point. Because usually the prodromal symptoms make it so that it's harder for them to function, and then they're more likely to hurt themselves. That's why like most people who have a psychotic break don't commit violent acts against others, is because they're not organized enough to actually do it. They don't put themselves in that situation. So normally they're found having not showered, not eaten even, anything like that, and they're just, you know, they're freaked out because they're hearing stuff. Usually most of the hallucinations tend to be audio hallucinations. So they're having these voices just like constantly going on around them. And so yeah, they're more or less paralyzed, and so they're more likely to hurt themselves if they're going to do anything, or just neglect themselves, and just like not eat and just sort of fade away if they're not found.
Wow.
So that's why it's rare. Is more than anything, it's because they don't have the executive function or the like social desire to be around that many people.
Sure.
In that case, mania, on the other hand, especially mania with psychotic features, would be the other way around.
Wow.
No, that's not psychotic. That's not psychotic, Yoji. Like they are inherently not, like they aren't. That's not psychosis. It's pathological, but it's not psychosis. They may be manic. Usually they're not. Usually it's just a, you know, well, there's a lot of stuff that goes into the personality disorder aspect there. But yeah, so with mania, you get increased energy, decreased need for sleep, impulsivity, ideas of grandiosity. So like, thinking that they're on a mission from God. So they can border on delusional. Delusions and hallucinations are different. And then if mania goes really heavy, then it's really only one thing and more of the sum of the parts. Yeah. Yeah, so mania can have psychotic features. Depression can have psychotic features. And the timing of when they show up kind of differentiates the diagnosis on that. But yeah, manic patients are more likely to do something dangerous, but it depends on like what their underlying personality is and whether honestly it's substance. Like usually if something bad happens, it's usually like substance-induced mania or substance-induced psychosis. I see that a lot. That's like the only times I've been attacked at the psych ward has been like acutely manic patients like coming down off meth or something like that.
Shit.
Yeah. So
I would never attack you, Bart Ross.
I appreciate that. I mean, well, no, I take that back. I think you probably got some reach on me. That's the good thing is like most of the people that are there, like I'm usually taller than them and I got reach, so they don't like if they start attacking, I can either like I can't fight back. Like we're legally not allowed to like do anything to even restrain them. We have to wait for like trained personnel because it violates our Hippocratic Oath and everything like that.
Sure.
And so normally at least like I've got enough like size and reach on them that I just sort of do the whole like bear attack thing where you just make yourself as big as possible and they usually start pulling their punches. But yeah.
Yeah, I had a depression-induced psychotic alarm. It didn't get all the way to psychosis, but according to the professionals, I was hanging on the edge. May I ask what happened?
Yeah, it's not uncommon to have like one or two features, but yeah, going into full psychosis is a different thing. But I mean, a lot of the cognitive slowing that is associated with severe depressive episodes can appear like those negative symptoms, and then you can start getting other stuff on top of that as well. Hallucinations are fairly common for severely depressed individuals that are having a psychotic episode. But
did you get a chance to check out the article of what happened to those Canadian people?
Calgary mass stabbing 2014.
2014, man.
This sounds like okay. So I'm looking at the Wikipedia deal, and the first thing sounds like it's a log line for a movie.
Break it down.
Matthew DeGrood, son of Calgary police inspector Doug DeGrood, stabbed 5 young adults to death at a house party in Brentwood neighborhood of Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Yeah.
Oh man, Alberta, Canada, the Texas of Canada. It was Calgary's deadliest massacre. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, man. Really intense. And again, according to eyewitnesses and people that knew that guy, out of nowhere. Now, I'm sure.
Well, here's what's strange is he says like, he was an invited guest. He goes to the party. He obtained this knife and stabbed the victims methodically. Like from a forensic psych standpoint, like that doesn't feel like classic psychosis.
I wonder what was happening. I mean, who knows?
I don't know. Yeah. Okay. According to his forensic classmates, his behavior started to change in the weeks before the stabbings. He began posting more frequently on Facebook, submitting bizarre status updates. All right, that sounds more like mania. Hours before the killing, he posted the title of the Megadeth song "Dread in the Fugitive Mind." Some text messages of parents claiming he was going to harm himself. This is more mania for sure. Yeah, on May 22nd, he was found mentally fit to stand trial. Schizophrenia for 2 of the 3 expert witnesses. Intentionally killed the 5 victims, but believed they were werewolves and vampires who threatened his life.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
I mean, that's paranoid delusion, for sure, and a persecutory delusion. But it's strange. This seems far more like mania with psychotic features. And the regret afterwards seems more like mania. I mean, it's hard to pull those apart.
Right. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, man, that's pretty. This is yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how that all shook out. But let's see what's going on. All right, let's see what Snow said. Long story. Had undiagnosed depression at the time.
Yeah, I think one of the people he stabbed was fast asleep too.
Oof.
Right, what a way to wake up.
No joke, dude. But yeah, I mean, so in general, people don't like people in an acute psychotic episode are far more likely to be the victims of violence, either self or others, rather than actually perpetrate them. So that's what's kind of wild. But Mikey, what was your drug of choice other than alcohol back in the day?
Opioids were probably number 2. Cocaine or opioids, toss up.
Did you ever have like hallucinations or like ideas that people were like reading your mind, or you could broadcast your thoughts or anything like that when you were on coke?
No, nothing like that.
Yeah, I've had that happen a couple times to people.
Whoa.
Yeah, if you take enough cocaine, if you're like either, it's kind of like the people who can like drink a ton, and either they will either throw up or pass out before they black out, or they black out and do a bunch of dumb shit. So if you take a shitload of cocaine and your heart doesn't explode in your chest, then yeah, you can start having like substance-induced psychosis.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I've had dudes come in. It's been pretty sad. And then they'll get pretty agitated. The worst one though is, oh my god, is PCP. I mean, obviously I haven't seen bath salts because I don't live in Florida. But yeah, PCP will, like, those guys get crazy.
PCP, man. What is that a what kind of drug is that?
Dude, it is a wild drug. It's like,
is it amphetamine?
It has some similar effects, but it's closest to ketamine.
Whoa, what?
And it's closest to ketamine, but like with stimulant effect in it.
Oh my god.
So that's what happens is like you get all of this like disinhibition and like dissociation.
Yeah.
And that's what leads to the and so like the fact that you're like disinhibited and disorganized and then also amped up like a stimulant is why they are like notorious for like being violent. So like he's wild.
Jeez.
Yeah.
All right. Remind me never to take any PCP. No, that was one thing that I was never exposed to. I didn't know anybody who was on well, I don't even know I don't even know angel dust. I guess that's a term for it.
Before this, my only exposure to it was from watching Training Day. Like, that's, and yeah, I guess it's just people in New Mexico get wherever they can get their hands on. So, I've seen a few of those now.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing really sexy about it.
No. I mean, I guess if you like the idea of the dissociative euphoria that comes with ketamine, but you also want to party, I mean, maybe it's like, it's got that sort of appeal. Like, I don't know, man.
I don't know very much, but I've heard a story about a Finnish soldier during World War II took an entire supply of some sort of amp something and went for a rampage. I heard a rumor that, Mr. Tiny Mustache, Mr. World War II Tiny Mustache, was on all kinds of amphetamines and stimulants.
I thought he was mostly on tranquilizers.
Oh, see, I'd heard that he was on stimulants, and that's one of the reasons why he's always amped up.
Well, he probably did what a lot of people do, which is you take uppers to come up and you take downers to go back down. But he was like, I think there was something about like, oh man, what was it? Yeah, so he was like totally sedated during Normandy.
Whoa.
And nobody wanted to order reinforcements without him. He was like basically just like ripped out of his mind unconscious while the Normandy invasion happened, so like none of the Germans like ordered reinforcements.
Wow. Damn. Dude, I just somehow I ended up on a World War II Wikipedia the other day.
Naturally. Yeah.
And dude, I was looking at the I think they called it the Rape of Nanking. Which is where the Japanese dude, the atrocities that the Japanese committed against Chinese people in Nanking. Dude, I could barely, you know me, man. Stuff like this doesn't bother me, right?
Yeah, of course.
Dude, I could barely get through it, man, because there were accompanying pictures of what was done.
Oh, Jesus.
Dude, they think they may have sexually assaulted women. They think there may be like 30,000 instances of rape. Like, they literally just tore through the entire city. And if, murder,
I think that we should consider having them arrested.
Everything. Women, children, people, some women were bayoneted through the lady parts.
Whoa.
Beheaded. Some of them were taken against their will to death. Really? Oh, dude, at one point, man, I was like, I had to stop reading.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that, like, psychologically, like, there's been proposed, like, mechanisms of basically that people, like, it's a defense mechanism whenever you are, like, having to commit those atrocities, that you basically have to view them as non-human. And so, like, it propagates this entire thing of, like, doing more horrendous things. and then kind of justifying that you like, well, if they were human, I wouldn't be doing this to them. And so that's how like those things tend to escalate, is like, you know, say you go in and you shoot a child.
Oh yeah.
Like you have to protect your psyche from breaking. So then you're just like, oh no, these aren't these, like you basically have to like turn off empathy, and then you start doing it more, because it's like, why would I keep doing it if, you know, if it wasn't justified. It gets like really it gets really bad. But I mean, like that's kind of like it's a take on mob mentality, but it's basically like a reaction formation defense mechanism. Yeah,
that got dark real quickly.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I googled it, and this lad was ambushed by Soviets, took a whole supply of meth, and went through a landmine, 400 kilometers of skiing, and fed on pine buds and raw jays.
I mean, meth's a hell of a drug, man.
Right? Jeez, man.
I mean, why do you think
Well,
people take it to succeed in college?
Well, if your heart doesn't explode.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody died recently because they mixed opioids and benzos.
Oh yeah, no, you can't do that shit.
Who was that? I forgot. Which drugs count as benzodiazepine?
So benzodiazepines are like alprazolam or leprazolam, diazepam. Those are like we don't really use a lot of the others. Cloprazolam, I think. Yeah. So like diazepam's Valium, and that one has like a little bit like more. It has like it has a longer half-life, so it has a slower onset and a little bit more like it doesn't peak as hard, as opposed to like Xanax, which is alprazolam, will like floor you really quickly, so that's why people use it to abort panic attacks. Lorazepam is Ativan, which is like basically like the psychiatrist's best friend, because that thing does wonders.
System shutdown, baby.
Yeah. Well, lorazepam is good because it isn't processed by the liver, so it's good for people who are like cirrhotic and encephalopathic.
Really, like, you're never,
oh,
you're
yeah.
No
Thank you, Dread.
that what I'm saying is so rude or so unacceptable or so outrageous. It just simply isn't. It's $5. It doesn't cost you that much to sub.
I am pay pig. Hear
What a
me
cunt.
oink.
Oh, you Dread.
Yeah, the other ones we don't really use, except for Klonopin, which is clonazepam. But
oh, I used to casually take that.
yeah, I mean, the problem is people, especially like primary care and like old psychiatrists, and especially old neurologists, will just put anybody who's got anxiety. They'll just be like, "Yeah, just like take a benzo," and it's like incredibly hard to get people off benzos, and it's not supposed to be used for maintenance therapy for anxiety.
I heard the withdrawals can be life-threatening.
Yeah, I mean it has the same mechanism of action of alcohol. That's why we give it to abort delirium tremens, which I had to do like several times. So that's the deal. Is somebody who's alcoholic coming in withdrawals, or if they come in and have to get surgery, surprise, surprise, they don't drink for 48 hours while they're in the hospital. Then they start getting like sweaty and start, getting confused and shaky. Dude, you gotta like hit them with that Ativan quick, otherwise they're gonna seize. Yeah, and then the same thing happens. So that the withdrawals are basically the exact same as alcohol. So if you're taking a shitload benzos, which people have to do because you build up a tolerance to it, because it's exactly like alcohol.
Oy vey.
Yeah. Chill. That shall fuck you up. But it's great. It's great in the short term. And somebody with some Haldol, a bit of Ativan, they'll be out of it.
Drummer of the Foo Fighters. Thank you, Gurs. Drummer of the Foo Fighters was the one that mixed benzos and opioids. Yikes. Hey Rogers.
Yeah, we had somebody come into the office last week. Like, goddamn. The neurologist had prescribed him clonazepam a long time ago, and they don't want to get off of it. And then they're having chronic pain in their back, so they went to a pain management doc.
Ooh.
And they're giving them freaking opioids for pain, and we're like, okay, like, you get to pick one or the other.
Yeah, dog.
Like this is not. And so that person actually tried to get life insurance because he was having a kid, and they denied him because he was on those two medications.
Yeah, man, are you shitting me?
Yeah, Drugers, I'm finishing up my medical degree, and I'm basically at the point now where I'm working with all the residents, so I'm about to start my psychiatry residency next year.
Exciting.
I'm ready to get paid again. Goddamn, I'm so goddamn poor.
How long you been at it?
I mean, med school's 4 years, but like before it, I was doing psychiatric research, and so I was getting paid for that shit, which was great. But now I pay them so that I can work 60 hours a week, which shouldn't be legal. So yeah, so this is I'm done with my third year, and now like fourth year is basically just interviews and like auditions and shit like that. So yeah, I wouldn't do it again, to be perfectly honest. I love my job, but like if I knew what I was like signing up for a long time ago, I would have been like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna stay with what I'm doing.
Well, you heard it here first. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Yeah,
you have to be a very special kind of masochist to enjoy med school.
No.
Exactly, Tuok. Tuok, did you get the email with the tracking number? Yes. Yay. Good. Hey, Bar, you didn't know I was into plants, buddy?
No. That was like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I must have been gone for a long time, because that was not like a, hey, look at the new stuff I just got into. You're like, yeah, no, and if you look here, like this is some really nice growth, and I'd like to put a little bit of fertilizer in it.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah, no, man, I don't know where it came from, but one day I was just, we had one plant in the apartment that was like given to us. We didn't even go out and buy. It was like, it came with the apartment practically. And, you know what? Like, yeah, I was like, hey, I think it would be good for the plant to repot this plant. It was one of those. I'm like, I think these things, in order to get these things to grow, you got to repot them. And then I just, like any rabbit hole, man, I just thought, well, what else is good for these plants? And wait, what the hell kind of plant is this anyway? And then, you take a trip to the nursery and garden centers, and you're like, what? And then it becomes like, huh, okay, interesting, but whatever. And then you start watching them grow, and you're like, what the fuck kind of circle of life shit is this?
Yeah, you're so big today.
Yeah, one of my friends went to med school,
Wow,
and he was miserable.
So big.
right. What? Okay, so we covered the psychiatric. What was the other thing you were gonna say? You were like, was it an Elden Ring?
Elden Ring. Oh, I've been trolling in Elden Ring. Not often.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. The invasion deal. Yeah.
But so yeah, we were talking about how invasions work in Elden Ring.
Oh, are you writing dumb little graffiti? Is that what you're doing?
No, even worse. So there's a way to troll invaders where you call on invaders to invade your realm and you hide. You hide in places that they can't get to because you use... Yeah, go on.
But doesn't it show you like... Can't they like see where you are, like at least like direction wise?
Of course. So what does one do when one can be seen? Well, you need to make it so you could be seen but not reached. So you have a dilemma. How does one achieve such a feat? Well, in PvP, you are not allowed to use your horse.
Holy shit! That is a massive oversight.
But you can use your horse to get to places before you bring invaders to you.
Right.
So, nobody, I guess, realized that people would be dickish enough to do this. And yes, there is an area that I can get to on my horse. That's right. That the invader, in order to pursue me, would also need to have a horse, but they can't. So... There's a castle called Lenny's Rise in Caelid.
I did not know that.
The only way to get there is by horse, and once you're in there, you can call all the invaders you like, and they cannot touch you. You are hidden in there. So what ends up happening is, I almost want to fire the damn game up so I can show you. What ends up happening is, the person circles and gets annoyed, and then usually, if they don't leave, if they continue to try to get you, they can't. But if they try, what ends up happening is a hunter generally shows up to fight them. So you end up from your tower on high, watch the action, like a Caesar or something.
Yeah. No, you're like the elite in during Purge Night, essentially.
Right. I'm President Snow in the Hunger Games. Yeah, pick your hard oligarch. Yeah. I watch them fight for my pleasure. And you get a bunch of completely free runes for it, because technically it counts as you winning against the invader. If the hunter does their job, you get paid.
If they leave, do you get paid?
If they leave, I don't think you get anything if they just leave. I think. I don't think so. You might get a little something, but I don't think it's. You want them to stay, I think, generally.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, but oh man, I was looking on Reddit, and the Redditors are pissed on it.
Of course they are.
r/Elden Ring. They are just they are wildly unhappy. You should see the names that people who do this are being called.
So if you were to like do Reddit posts of these videos of you doing this,
oh man. Well,
like, do you think you would get like?
Oh, I might get banned from the fucking channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a. Oh, man, what ended up happening was I was hiding in the tower, and then I saw a hunter came, and this player must have been a good player, man, because they multiple hunters had come to my aid. Gondor called for aid, and they decided to answer the call. Which, okay, great. So they're ready to vanquish my invader, and multiple hunters were getting wrecked by this dude. Whoever this invader was, they decided they were just going to use my invasion to farm for hunters.
That is beautiful.
So I watched them. He must have killed at least 3 different hunters, but before I decided to intervene, and I realized with Loretta's master bow, which is the great bow but with the 3 things, from the area of the tower that I'm hiding in, I can actually fire out at a specific part of the map. So I waited. They were so far away I couldn't even get a lock on. I kind of just had to eyeball it, and I'm 100% that my shooting of this dude with the great bow tipped the scale, so that the hunter was finally able to beat this dude. And I think that would probably get people really pissed.
Yeah, fucking 360 no scoping.
Yeah, just from the tower on high, just firing magic. There are some people who caught on to this AFK. They're calling it an AFK rune farm, or AFK cheesing. And there's some people, they are so angry about it because they love invading and say this is ruining PvP. What they do is they will see that you're AFK and they'll invade you and go AFK themselves. So you're just both AFK and nobody's getting any runes on their watch.
Nice.
But the problem with that is hunters will keep coming. So like I can go AFK because I'm safe. Nobody's gonna come get me in this tower. There's only one way in the tower, and you have to glitch inside of there. It's called a zip glitch. Let me see if I can.
So it sounds like what you're saying is like you're giving them ample opportunity. They just need to get good.
Well, yeah, they need to get good at glitching the game. Let me see if I could find somebody on Reddit was so proud of themselves they actually posted a video of them zip glitching to someone. Let's see.
Well, I mean, they probably took the video so they could jerk off to it later.
Here we go. I got it. I got the video. I'm going to show you. Thank you for the $5, Dread. Got the PayPal notification. All right, here we go. Allow me to show you this for your pleasure. All right, this was last week. Somebody wrote, "You can ruin the day of the AFK invasion exploiters in Lenny's Rise with the shield zip glitch PC." And then here we have a invader powering up. I have no idea how the zip glitch works, by the way, but watch him do it. Chugging, glug, glug, glug. And then boom! I'll play it again.
Whoa!
I'll play it again. I do not know how the zip glitch works, but apparently speedrunners use this to literally beat the game in like 20 minutes. And it looks like he's like just fidgeting and then he just shoots himself over. It's insane. But
so he's got a buckler, it looks like. So is he like chugging like a flask and then like trying to like do some sort of shield rush or something?
Let's see.
Like he's like animation breaking.
It definitely looks like he's got a proc on. Like something is on his person.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is though. But yeah. So this is the building that you can only get to with the torrent.
Mm-hmm.
And the spring, the upspring, the air spring.
Yeah.
But look. There, got him. Got his ass. And he's dead. But again, to do that, you literally have to glitch the game out in order to get somebody that's hiding in there. But essentially, hiding in there, you are more or less completely invulnerable. I tried this to get to some guy camping on a roof, but the angle flew me upwards. Oh well. So I don't know. Let's see.
What does that say? Is over encumbered?
Yeah, over encumbered. So you probably have to be heavy.
Yeah. So like what? Like that's what I'm wondering. It's like, is it a? Are they doing like a roll? The horrendous state of invasion PvP. Warning, graphic.
Graphic. Kaled invasion problem. 2 minutes ago. A message to new invaders. Invasion bugs? Let's see.
Red Rebel Shield. Is that what they're?
Invaders are cowards? Question mark. All right, let's see. Does anyone know where hosts are hiding by the Cathedral of Dragon Communion? I've invaded there several times to see hosts marked by the clue, but no one anywhere in sight. I'd love for someone to share where I can start getting rid of these people. Oh, so by the way, this is the new meta. It's the hide and go seek PvP invasion meta, and it's basically just calling in invaders while you hide, which is very annoying to the invaders. A message to new invaders. It's fine to be a piece of shit when you invade. We're the bad guys. It's what we do. It's perfectly fine and even encouraged to kite the hosts and phantoms. There are 2 or 3 of them in every invasion. Have them play on your terms. Use mobs to outnumber the host and their party. Like I said before, there is more of them than you, even the odds. Fight from a distance. Poke at them with jar cannon or frenzy burst. Make want to come to you. Use the terrain. Hide in bushes or around corners. Do whatever to get the jump on them. Remember, invasions are designed to favor the host. You aren't supposed to win, but do it anyway. Don't feel bad. They don't feel bad for you. Happy hunting. So yeah, invaders are dickheads, dude. It's why I don't feel remorse for hiding. It's why I don't feel any remorse for hiding in a tower for the invaders. Because one time I was invaded and I was in the very later stage of a cave with Earthbound. And I was standing over a precipice in the cave and I was using my magic to fire on these giant ants, like giant fucking ants. They're exactly what you might think.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. Super deadly, a pit of them. And sure enough, this dude was hiding in the cave.
Wait, is that the precipice like at the end of that deal that like drops off like a huge drop into the red rot zone?
It's not a red rot zone. I think it's in the giant undercity.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. But like the one with the ant, like the big hive of ants.
Yeah, it's a hive of ants.
If you go up this tunnel, it has a huge drop off into that the Ghostbusters 2 style river of ooze shit.
Yikes. Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was trying to kill these ants from a distance, and then the second I walked up to the edge to kill a few, this dude literally he did some AoE attack that pushed me just enough to toss me off the ledge so that I was absolutely surrounded by these ants. So of course they all started attacking me, and now I have to deal with them. But it's at this moment he also jumps in, and because he's an invader, invaders don't get attacked by your NPCs. They are completely the NPCs look at them as either nothing or another NPC. Mm-hmm. Only you can be attacked by the mobs that you see. So they, like they said, the invaders, they work to their advantage. So they have these NPCs attack you while they stab at you from behind for heavy damage. So that's what this dude's promoting, and I'll be honest, it was fucking annoying, dude. Because of course this dude got the drop on me because I'm surrounded. I'm taking all kinds of damage, and basically getting gang raped, and and then this dude on top of this is doing major bleed damage with his katana or something. And Earthbound was like a little bit too far to get involved, or it was something like that. So of course
that
I
reminds me of like Sea of Thieves shit, like the kind of stuff that's encouraged in Sea of Thieves.
Let's see if I can find another. Invaders are cowards? I've faced a great deal of invaders and had my fair share of wins, but it seems that lately people will invade in high-density areas, get utterly fucked, and then disconnect their nets so they don't lose? Is this common nowadays? Has anyone else experienced this? I'm genuinely flabbergasted. If you can't even kill a host...
uses the word flabbergasted?
If you can't even kill a host with 12 different mobs attacking the crew you invade, why bother playing Invasions? I don't think it's that serious. Neither is Donna. Kopong mechanism. Or they're doing various quest lines, just need to invade once, and then they know about. Most of these disconnects from the server. Some might be game crashes. Not sure where you're going with this. Perhaps you misunderstood me.
I don't think anyone misunderstood you, dog.
Yeah.
Like,
What the fuck?
made yourself abundantly clear.
Interesting.
You get it, man. You're flabbergasted. Like...
Invasion friend. Invasion bug exploit? Mid to high level invasions. Incredibly frustrating.
This is the only thing I don't like, is that people are like they're so serious about the meta.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah.
Just,
I like how like who the fuck decides that like this meta is the meta?
It's usually determined by like whoever's like, you know, like whatever YouTuber or something is doing something, because they'll get, you know, a build and then they'll use it and then other people will promote it and then you start seeing it. Yeah, same thing happens with Pokemon.
Let's see.
It's just funny how fast the meta changes in this game. Like everyone's just like so on top of this, you know, whole concept. And then they get so salty about it. Like it's, I don't know, this game seems very friendly to like testing out new builds. So it seems strange that people get like so frustrated that like their ass kicked. Like, yeah, dude, so like somebody came up with something and then somebody else tried it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's
just,
bullshit.
Yeah, the salt is on both sides. That's the weird thing, is like it's on both sides. Like the people who are getting invaded, the people who are invading.
What game do you think we're talking about? Johnny, baby. Hey, Johnny. What's up, man? We were talking about you earlier. Yanni. That's how metas form. Yeah, no, it's definitely... Yeah, you're right. People are all watching some damn YouTuber and are like, this is the meta. I'm going to copy their build. And then everybody copies the same person's fucking build.
The best thing that I did was and this is not like super meta, but it is fun, is double whips with bleed on it.
Ooh.
Just because I think it looks hilarious.
I heard whips are underrated in the game.
Oh, dude, whips are so much fun. And you put a little bleed on it because they can't, like they can't be blocked. So, you know, and they have like really good like range and everything. So yeah, you just power stance 2 whips and you're just like flailing them around and just like stacking bleed on people from range. And I invaded somebody who also had double whips, and so we were just like
whipping,
like noodle fighting each other.
That is awesome. I missed all last week. John Amore, welcome back. Glad you're alive. Glad you're not dead, John Amore. Mr. John Amore. The musical stylings of Jonathan Amore. Yeah, John, you ever do invasions or any kind of PvP in Elden Ring? That's what we've been talking about. I've been sleeping late and waking up too late to catch stream. Ooh, Mr. Late Sleeper. Nothing wrong with sleeping late, man. You work hard.
You earned it, John Amore.
Yeah, John Amore. I just made it to Haligtree. What a cool area of the map, Haligtree. Fuck those high branches, though. Oh, yeah, no. I've said it before. I've said it a million times on here. Worst enemy for me is platforming. Platforming is my arch nemesis.
Platforming is so bizarre in this game. Like,
it feels so janky.
Yeah, like everything else about the game is all precision based. Because like people have said that, you know, the Souls games are rhythm games essentially. So everything else about combat is so precise, and then platforming is just so outlandishly unpredictable.
Yeah, no. Platforming, like, whoa, whoa. You know, especially if you have to do it on torrent.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, man. The three things that took me the longest to do in the game was beat Milena, beat the queen of the, or like the head of the Black Knife Assassins, to get the Black Knife Tish summoning. She was a nightmare because I had to actually go melee for that. Like on a wizard build, I had to actually get a sword and shield out.
I mean, my wizard is all about the sword and shield, so.
Alright, Spellblade.
I
had to go Spellblade.
I get all up in that. You know?
I had to actually use the I had to actually use Ronnie's fucking sweet sword, whatever the hell it's called. What's up, Slim Jim? What's up, Slim Jim? What's up, baby? Yeah, so the three things that took me in this game to do the longest was beat Millennia, which was a couple hours, beat Black Knife Titch, which took me about an hour of attempts, and to platform while pursuing the Frenzied Flame quest. You have to platform down, essentially like what feels like the Empire State Building in size, downwards into a dungeon. You've got a platform all the way down, and you have to do like about 4 or 5 like consecutive jumps where you don't fuck up. Mike, did you do Radahn's Divine Tower? I'm pretty sure I did. That's also a platformer, right? Dude, that platformer was easy. I did that on stream. Yeah, fuck, I literally just deleted that VOD. Because I'm like, fuck, why do I have Elden Ring on my art channel? But yeah, no, I did that on stream. Dude, the only reason why I was able to platform that, I think I died once in the platforming because I wasn't sure where to go. So I died once because I was trying to go the wrong route. I had jumped on the wrong ledge and proceeded to jump.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I know what. Yeah, I watched you.
Yeah, so I went the wrong way. But once I knew which way to go, I was fine. But I think the only reason why I was able to do that is because the Frenzied Flame quest, I am not shitting you. It's not even about some jumps you don't jump. Some jumps you just need to walk off. So some jumps you just jump, quote unquote. They're drops. Like you need to walk to the edge. Because if you jump, you're going to jump too far and you're going to miss it. Same thing if you jump too fast or too high. Other jumps, you have to run jump. And like you have like a foot of space to run jump. Like you have to run jump. But they give you like an inch in which you're, you know, you've got to like ramp up. Thank you, Yoji. And then other jumps, you have to jump, but it's got to be a quick tap jump. You just got to tap the jump button when you're somewhat close to the edge. Because again, if you hold the jump button down and move, you're gonna overshoot. So it's like you have to hit all the sweet spots. Oh, you have to nail a running jump. You have to nail the drop, and then you have to nail like the light jump. And then again, you have to do these all consecutively, about 5 jumps until you finally reach the bottom. And it is a giant pain in the fucking dick. Hey, dude, you know what's so funny, man? I'm not, I technically could beat the second to last boss and then the last boss encounter, but I've been holding it off for days now. Because I've seen what happens. I see what happens when it looks like the, sorry. I've seen what happens once you beat the second to last boss, and it completely changes the entire game. Mm-hmm. That's where you find the city of Ash, I'll say, but I won't want to further elaborate because I don't want to spoil anybody. But yeah, once you reach the city of Ash, the whole landscape changes of your game. And I haven't done that much yet because I kind of want to savor it. I did fight the two god something. What the fuck do they call them? God apostles, something like that.
Mm-hmm. The God Apostle duo.
The God Apostle duo. I did, dude. I had an NPC show up. Godskin duo, thank you. I had an NPC from Volcano Manor show up. I had Black Knife Tish, and then I had myself at level 220. I fucking destroyed those two. The fat one got one hit on me. And I've got like 60 in vigor. So I brushed that off. I brushed Fat Boy off, and then I think I Comet Azura a couple, and then a couple times because they keep coming back. And I think I Meteor, like the giant meteoric blast from the sky, the nuke. Did that one too. None of these bosses feel like anything. Dude, after fighting Melania, I feel like none of these bosses are shit.
Yeah. I think they're kind of running into the issue now of realizing that like they want to have replay value. So they're, trying to do all this stuff with the stats and the builds and everything. But realistically, this game is so heavily geared towards like timing and skill that like you're never really gonna, like, once you learn how to read bosses and everything, like it becomes more or less trivial. So they're kind of stuck in that weird space. And I get their problem. I don't know how I would solve it. But yeah, I mean, compared to the other games that they've made, they're just like, everyone's like getting faster, hitting harder, having like chains of attacks that you like can't really get in and get a hit on. Which is why magic just rips in this game, because you can hit them from far away.
Yeah, people have said magic is like playing on easy mode, and it's not as easy as, it's not as black and white as that. However, because there are certain bosses and there are certain areas of the game where having magic isn't going to do shit for you. Melania, for example. Melania fucking... Every single magic trick I had up my sleeve, she just shrugged off. And then proceeded to beat the living shit out of me. Relentlessly. Like, inescapably just destroy me. I had to completely... I said this earlier, man. I had to completely change... kind of like for Black Knife Tish, I had to completely change my playstyle just to beat this character, because blasting Comet Azor or you know, doing Meteorite spell or like kiting her, or trying to have my Mimic and or summons kite her away, get her aggro. None of it worked.
So what did work?
What did work was I had to equip Bloodhound Step so I could avoid her attack is insane. There were parts where there were moments in the fight where one go I had her down almost completely, and then she hit me once, one hit with her I don't even know what you call her. She's got like this horrible attack where she just kind of like, she just becomes like a blender, like a human blender. Her blades just like encircle you. Her blades envelop you, and it's essentially...
That sounds really, really hot.
It's like the 3 or 4 stage attack, and if she catches you in more than one of those stages, you're basically dead. And I learned it and its signals, and I could usually dodge after, you know, even if I maybe get clipped with just one of those. But no, man, it was after that, because after that she doesn't let up. So I actually had to have the Black Knife Tish get some of her aggro. I had to use Bloodhound Step to put distance between us, and then I had to use a non-powerful but a steady as she goes spell. I think it was a Stars of Ruin is what I used. So Stars of Ruin, and I pretty much just did chip damage from afar for the most part, ish, and then some dodging and parrying when need be, because I did have a shield equipped. You know, roll, dodge, Bloodhound Step, get one attack off, rinse, repeat. It took me a long time, man, and that was just her first form. Second form was actually easier, but it took me a while because second form is crazier, but second form, she although she moves fast, she's not as deadly in melee. Her AoE attack is much worse. Her AoE attack is much worse than her kind of hand-to-hand. So once I learned the rhythms of her AoE, where she turns into like a giant succulent, once I learned her kind of some of her other moves, I was able to do something similar for the most part. Actually, I think I managed to actually Comet Azor her, because she goes and like, after she does her AoE, she like calms down for a second. I think she goes back to the center, and then I just magic the shit out of the plant. But my god, man, it was fun. I mean, that's one thing that it's hard to convey if you've never played one of these games before. The difficulty is a motherfucker until you learn their moves, and you kind of adapt your style. And with a little bit of luck, you can make it work. And that's when it's awesome.
Getting that final hit on a boss that's been kicking your ass is just such a good feeling.
And you know what, dude? It was actually one of the most rewarding moments in the game for me. Because being a magic build, there are many bosses where you can cheese. Again, not all bosses, not all the time, but sometimes if you want, you could cheese the shit out of some bosses. So yeah, it was nice. It was nice that it was kind of cool that the game was like, not this time. Not this time. This time you're gonna learn. This time you play it our way. You play it Soulsborne style. Get fucked. Get fucked. Yours truly, Miyazaki. John said, wait, John, dude, you beat Melania in 6 tries? John truly is the Elden Lord. Oh, John says no. Godsend duo in 6 tries. Did you call in summons like me? I'm not at Millennia yet. Well, she's at the bottom of the Halig tree, so enjoy. I'm eager to see how you beat her. No summon because I didn't do his quest. Just my Mimic. Mimic is good. But apparently, I was watching a YouTuber, and this YouTuber was talking. He was listing the hardest bosses that he fought in the game, from hardest to top 10 hardest bosses. And dude, he put Melania in as far as difficulty, he put her at like number 8 or 7. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? And then I saw the comment section was just eating his ass alive. They're like, how fucking Melania at fucking 7? She's one of the hardest bosses I have had to fight in this game. What are you doing? And then I skipped to that part. Where he explains why he ranked her so low in difficulty. And it was basically because he fought her pre-Mimic tier nerf. So if you didn't know, John probably knows, the patch 1.03, it nerfed the Mimic tier. Big time. Huge nerf. Because apparently, before having the Mimic tier on, the AI was so strong, so aggressive. The rumor was, I don't know how true this is, but the rumor was that people were letting the Mimic tier beat Melania on its own. That's how powerful it was. Like the Mimic tier could basically solo her.
Yeah, the Mimic tier was like just it was basically if you just wanted to watch the game play out. Like watch it like a giant cinematic, you could just get the Mimic tier back then. Cause
I saw some video game footage. I mean, I saw some footage of the Mimic tier at work. Dude, the Mimic tier was playing like an S tier level, Soulsborne player. It was chain casting magic. Not only was it chain casting magic, it was buffing itself. So like, I watched somebody's Mimic mage against Melania. This is pre-patch. And their Mimic buffed itself, did like Terra Magica, took like the Wanderer's Physic. So like buff. It was using Comet Azor, and then it was launching debuffs on Millennia. So it was like it was stun locking her. It was hitting her with like hard spells. I was like, holy shit.
You know, whoever like programmed the behavior for that thing was just like some dude, like some junior level guy who went rogue, being like, I'm gonna make the best like AI NPC. And then they're just like, who the fuck did this?
Right? Yeah, no, watching it, I was like, my mouth was open because I've truly like the AI was better than boss AI. It was pounding potions back. It was, like I said, it was chain casting, it was buffing itself, debuffing the enemy. It was wild to see, man. It was wild to see. I've actually, and then of course it was nerfed. So yeah. So that's why that gentleman was like, you know, I give Melania, you know, 7 out of 10, and that was because he used Mimic Tear, and Mimic Tear just fucked her up. So funny. But that's not the Mimic Tear John and I use. Actually,
Not my Mimic Tear.
hashtag not my Mimic Tear. I tried to use Mimic Tear for Melania, and my Mimic Tear didn't even make it to the second stage. It got so fucked up. You know, Mimic Tear me was pathetic. Pathetic. Hey, John, you like this character? John, you little pig. I want to spirit summon for the giant iron ball.
Fuck that thing.
Oh, that creepy ball that follows you around? That like semi-sentient ball?
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate that thing. Earthbound
It
hates
doesn't
it too.
actually have to like roll over you. Like if it just like grazes your nuts, you just die.
Who's this character? Nah, nobody. I was actually showing people the reference.
Show them the Rorschach characters.
Oh, yeah, I'll show you the Rorschach character. Here, I'll show you the two references I used. These are just random. I found for the face and hair, I used this reference again, loose, super loose. For like half of the pose, I used this basically for the outfit and legs, and basically, yeah, I did a kind of weird amalgamation of the two with my own little stink on it, and that's it. Here, John. So I did a coffee Rorschach test with everybody.
Make John do it. Make John do it.
Here, so this is me sketching, and then this is the coffee. So I had everybody look at the coffee, and I said, "What do you see in there, John? Do you see anything in there? Look at the froth. Look at the
that.
Look at the coffee. Look at the cafe au lait." Anyway, so Volpsy sent a drawing. Statue of Liberty. Do you really? I can't tell if he's joking or not. John's got a strange sense of humor. He might just be goofing, teasing. Here, this is what Volpsy saw. Volpsy saw a skull in the cup. John, can you believe it? So weird thing was I actually saw a skull too. John, I saw 2 skulls. Let me show you. These are the 2 skulls I saw.
What's up, people?
I like this freaky little thing. This guy here. Because he looks like he's in turmoil. But yeah, here it is. So yeah, I think I failed my own Rorschach test.
What kind of coffee is that?
Right? Skull coffee. No, it was actually really delicious. So it's just that's actually just cocoa powder I sprinkled on top of the froth.
Now, is that like brewed coffee, or is that those new like capsules that I've seen?
No fucking capsules. God damn it! I got my own espresso machine.
Nice.
What am I, an animal?
I mean, I don't have an espresso machine, but I basically exclusively drink cold brew.
Dude, I love cold brew. Cold brew's intense though, man.
Yeah, I can't drink it anymore. I'm already on so many goddamn stimulants.
I only allow myself basically one a day, and it's like I make myself my coffee, and that lasts throughout my entire morning stream. It's that slow drip.
It's that drip.
I just have an IV at this point. Stick it right into my ass. I got a, my favorite creamer is this one called Vanilla Cannoli.
Interesting.
Delicious. You know what? It really just tastes like old school French vanilla, like when iced coffees first came out. That's really what it reminds me of. Actually, you know, when they were like way more sugar than they were coffee back then.
I actually love me some French vanilla, for sure.
I miss, do you remember when Dunkin' Donuts, like, first off, when they first came out with iced coffees, they were in, like, those paper cups? And then on top of it, they had a Kahlua flavor?
No, I don't, actually.
Oh, dude, it was good. Like, I was a kid and I liked it. I just imagine as an adult, I'd love it.
Hang on, John Moore just posted something.
It's like a wolf. It's like a wolf pig, or a warthog.
Ha! That's hilarious. That's talent, man. Whoever did that.
I was gonna say, it takes a lot of talent to do that shit in foam and milk.
Milk, 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 milk. How's the lady, Maddie Giggs?
She had a real long day, 13 hours, so she's actually hitting the sack right now.
That is a long day.
She got a whole hour and a half or so to herself at home before she's got to go to bed.
Oof.
So she runs that shit.
Hey, John, what color should the background be? John knows about colors, you guys. John's a color expert. They call him Mr. Color in the Philippines.
Trying to see how far this goes before it crosses over to racism.
Well, it's me, so we're always almost on the precipice.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, are we?
Wait for it. Easy.
Yeah, let's get in there. Wait. Oh.
Steady. Butting.
I really hate the fact that every single app and everything has a fucking tone. Again. Everything has a tone now.
Say more about how good I am at coloring.
Yes, stroke his ego.
Stroke, 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 stroke. You ever hear about what they did to JFK's sister? That lady?
No.
Rosemary Kennedy, I think her name was.
I don't know. What do they do to her? Because I know the name.
So she was developmentally disabled. And I think it was one of those instances where, you know, people get cerebral palsy when they are deprived of oxygen at birth. So she was like that, except it was she was mentally disabled. Even though she was an adult woman in her like 30s or something like that.
It may have been from Wilson's disease.
What's that?
I think. So it's if I remember correctly, that's the one that has the copper buildup. I think that's what JFK had, and it's hereditary. So she might have gotten hit with it harder.
Oh. So they said, for those that knew her, she had the mental faculties of about a 12-year-old. So she was, you know, like she wasn't, you know, she was developmentally disabled. Anyway, but because the family had these giant political aspirations, they didn't want her in the spotlight, and they definitely didn't want her ruining the family's opportunities. So
they chained her up in the basement like Sloth from Goonies?
I mean, honestly, that would have been kinder than what they ended up happening. Because at some point, she started becoming petulant, and she started kind of fighting back against the decisions being made on her behalf as much as she could. So rather than risk her embarrassing the family, or again, like I said, standing in the way of their political aspirations, they had her perform. They had a new procedure at the time was making its way in the field of mental health. Had only been done, quote unquote, successfully about less than 100 times, around 85 times when it was performed on her. The procedure was called a lobotomy. And
they've been doing a lobotomy since the 19th century. It just never works.
They made an incision in her, I think her kind of like right above the eyes, that kind of eyebrow ridge there. They made a little inch wide incision, and they started cutting, and she was semi-cognizant, and
prefrontal lobotomy. Yep.
They had
Holy shit, at 23, fuck.
They had her answering questions, and then the second she stopped being incoherent, they figured they had cut enough. The procedure was an utter and absolute failure, and it left her unable to control her bodily faculties, and it left her with the developmental capacity of a 2-year-old. And the family disowned her. And she was kind of tossed to the wayside. And unfortunately, she went on to live a very, very long life. I think she died in her late 80s after what they'd done to her. Yeah.
Fuck them. She outlived them all.
I mean, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that's the ultimate irony on it, isn't it? They tortured the poor girl, and then she outlived them all. I mean,
family's cursed.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel like we're not far removed from being fucking barbarians, and that just, I don't think people have that in frame at all. Like, we really aren't that far removed from just being a barbaric group of people.
So what's the lesson of the story? Oh, no lesson. I guess the overarching lesson is people are monsters and hard.
Don't trust a Kennedy.
Even to their loved ones. Even to the people that they proclaim to love. For some, the second you're an inconvenience, good luck. History moves, but people will behave the same and just get better at killing them.
I don't know if that's 100% accurate. I'd argue people are fundamentally different than we were 100 years ago.
I don't think the biology changes.
No.
Biology doesn't, but there's a theory of social evolution that basically, like, because of neuroplasticity, you have coevolution, both on a genetic basis, but also developing as a culture because of the way that it's passed down. That's like how you get societal norms. So, like, behaviors that are deeply ingrained in us, like from early childhood, or like heavily influenced by the culture that we grew up in. So as the culture changes, we actually do evolve as humans as well.
Like, we don't burn people at the stake anymore. We don't, right?
Well, not here, we don't.
Yeah. In this instant, although I've never been to the Deep South, I don't know what happens there.
Nothing good.
Nothing good.
A meteor should hit the planet and wipe us out. They've modeled when society should collapse, and we're ahead of schedule. Who's they? What's the model looking like? Next couple of years, unless things change, the climate's going to get worse. Meh, climate schmimate. That's somebody else's problem, right, Barbaros?
Yeah, I've stopped giving a shit about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The best way to not get burned by people on Twitter is stay off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, don't go on fucking Twitter. That's one of the worst moves you can make.
It's a cesspool.
Yeah. Just stay off social media in general.
I mean, that's a great that's a primo idea.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, we're starting to get pretty significantly impaired kids coming in for psychiatric treatment, and like we're having to like adapt new strategies because basically like social media has like fundamentally broken them. It's not as funny as it sounds. Yeah, it's bad. I've had to take an iPad away from a mother when I was doing like pediatrics, not even psychiatry, just a general goddamn well child check, and the kid was so goddamn developmentally delayed because the mom just like completely pacified them with an iPad, and they were doing it while we were trying to examine the child.
Ooh.
You're trying to tell me Candy Crush can't raise children? Get out of here.
Oh my god, dude. Like, this kid was like a 4-year-old kid. Massive speech delays, and not like biologic by any means, like purely just like social. And like I'm there trying to interview the mom, like trying to be like, you know, how's their sleep been? Like, have they had any recent illnesses? Like all the normal shit that you have to ask at a pediatric evaluation. And this iPad was so goddamn loud. And I was just like, can you turn that off, please? And the mom was like, well, she needs it to be calm. I'm like, that shouldn't be the case.
Right.
And then the mom like is like, all right, we're gonna turn it off now. Turns off. The kid threw a fucking tantrum. And of course the mom just like naturally, like as soon as she started throwing tantrums, like gave her the iPad back. And so anyway, the attending physician I was with actually like basically told the mom like, we can't continue this evaluation. Like, we highly recommend that you seek behavioral treatment and find it.
Do you remember in like movies that was always like the worst case scenario for like a spoiled kid in the store?
Yeah.
And it was always like over exaggerated, and now it's fucking reality.
No, it's definitely reality, and especially with COVID, kids haven't learned how to interact with each other, not through like screen space, yeah. So we're actually seeing like a lot of developmental delays entirely because of like lack of socialization, and it's really bad. Seeing a lot of teenagers that are starting to like basically develop personality disorders just because they spend so much fucking time on their devices.
I'm pretty sure 13 hours of screen time a day is plenty healthy. I'm not a doctor though. I mean, what do they do on the phone all day though? Like, I'll catch myself being on it a bit, but
It's purely just stimulation.
I was gonna say, is there anything like, are they really doing anything besides staring at the fucking screen?
So it depends on like what kind of like peer group they're in. Sometimes it is just like mindless scrolling just for the sake of like they have to have stimulate, like they have to have something to look at. It's like I don't know, I'm trying to think like what did we used to do prior to phones if you were just like standing around to like kind of not look like you were just creepy. Like if you were sitting in an airport, I like forget what we used to do.
Oh,
wow.
Well, see, I have ADHD and I've had ADD all my life, and I used to get in trouble a lot. I remember that because we didn't. Yeah, I mean, even when I was a kid, we didn't have cell phones and shit. Yeah, I had a CD player though, or a Walkman, whatever. I'm a musician, so I was really into music as a kid. So that was an easy way to pacify me.
Yeah, like they like basically like they don't give their brain enough time to like actually like defrag. Like you actually have to like let your mind wander and everything in order to like stay healthy. And they're afraid, and like John said, like they're basically afraid of getting bored, so they like seek this like constant like input, and it just like fuels this like crazy amount of anxiety.
I used to read a lot as well. I didn't know how to draw, but I would try.
Yeah, I would read or draw as well.
I used to read a lot. I mean, I still read a lot now, but I used to read a lot when I was a kid.
John didn't learn to read till he was in his late 20s.
No problem. Goosebumps is good for all ages. Don't judge.
John just
loves me some Goosebumps.
Show me the pictures. Now look at him. I remember what I used to do if I didn't have anything to keep me occupied, like a book. I would people watch, or watch from my surroundings. Nowadays, like study architecture and electronic. Every now and then, well, I mean, dude, literally the plants that I've been, taking care of. I will every now and then, man, when I'm either trimming them or propagating them or watering them. Dude, I'll get lost, man. I'll be like checking out the leaves, checking out new growth, seeing how moist the soil is, and I won't be like no music or anything. I'll just be kind of lost in thought. Just kind of doing the thing. Very relaxing. But yeah, mental defrag.
It is interesting though, because for most people it's reducing function. For people on the autism spectrum, it's actually improving their social function, because they're able to converse in a more like natural environment with people, because they're not having to like read social cues or anything like that. John, that's a great band name.
But John, I like that. I'm with Bard Ross. I concur. Wait, do we ask John if he does those PvP invasions?
I think we did. What did he say?
John said, "Me no invade." You know what's good companion for good compromise for kids who need their phones but don't want to Webtoon. Webtoon.com. John, hit the button. When does it come back? I'm gonna finish that tonight. Listen, they don't call him Webtoon Johnny for nothing. June. John, do you miss it? Oh, you're probably working on it right now. Finish it. I shall. Gross. I want company, man. there for a second. There's some terrible art there. Yeah, there's some. We had this little conversation with Bernard Chang about how shitty the art is on Webtoons. Not all of it, obviously, but a healthy chunk.
People bringing down the average, like the El Paso dating apps.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole curve is all fucked up. They need better quality control. Yo, you should help them out. What did Bernie say about me this time? I think he was just saying that. I think he's kind of echoing what Yoji's saying right now. There's kind of a lack of quality control on the platform because anybody can post on there. Some good stuff, but some awful not ready for prime time shit. Yeah. Yeah, not everything could be about urban animales. Rural animal. I'm contracted to say Webtoon is full of diverse creators in all walks of life. Alright, this looks done to me. Bernard said, those underpaid foreign artists stealing viewers from overpriced US markets. I should finish this piece of English doing stuff with the sources. Well done. Snow rip. Alright, cuties. I'm taking off. I'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Hopefully I'll see you guys there. Good night, Yoji, Snowrip, John Amore, Maddie Cakes,
Bye.
Bard Boy. Hopefully see you guys tomorrow. If not, enjoy yourselves. Good night, everybody.
Have a good night.